can you mute Twitch? Or maybe you shouldn't do it.
Yep, you're a pretty fart smeller there. Okay.
What? You're welcome.
Hold on a second. What the fuck is going on? Offline. Okay, yeah, that was definitely Twitch, because once I stopped streaming, that stopped it. So, okay, everybody be silent for just a second. I'm going to start streaming. I'm going to make sure that because I can't actually mute my volume on my Twitch stream until I've started streaming. So.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're back. And sorry, we had a little bit of technical difficulties there. So if you were already on, we stopped the stream, got it back going. Looks like we got that reverb taken care of. And we are back. Welcome to Adventure Hook. This is the beginning of season 2, technically. So give me just a second. Come on. Sorry. All right, now I'm ready. Okay. Greetings and welcome to Adventure Hook, where a group of comic book creators and connoisseurs play a home-brewed 5th edition update of Dark Sun. In my opinion, the most unique and brutal Dungeons & Dragons campaign setting ever published. Dark Sun is set in the world of Athos, where vast stretches of sun-scorched wasteland separate the 7 cities and their godlike sorcerers. In the deserts, it's Mad Max meets Conan. In the cities, it's Dune meets Game of Thrones. I'm your Dungeon Master and Chronicler, Wanderer, comic book artist, and sometimes writer, Aaron Campbell, and this is Dark Sun, Fire, and Sand. Now let's have our players introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Robert Randall, and I work in comic book curation for the digital library market. I'm also an infrequent comics writer artist, as well as an occasional lecturer on the occult. I play Ma'ak Ka'ari, a Thri-Kreen or Mantis Man psionicist, specializing in telepathy.
Hi, I'm Emily O'Hara. I read full runs of comic books. I play Desi Dorada, a half-elf bard that passes for human and has a penchant for poisons.
Yeah, Joe, we're losing you, Joe.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Let me try one more thing. Okay, we're going with the backup mic tonight.
Okay.
Sound... This works though?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, my name's Joe Nabi. I'm the manager of Golden Apple Comics in Hollywood, California, and I play Geza Akos, the Celestial Exarch, aka Wind Priest. I'm a Birdman. Yep.
Excellent.
Hi, I'm Mark Andreyko, comic book and screenwriter. I play Char, a Crimson Exarch dwarf, sun or fire cleric.
Excellent. Okay. So.
Hello. My name is Taylor.
Oh, right. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, my God. I can't believe it. I forgot our newest player. We have a brand new person coming in. Taylor, please introduce yourself.
Hi. My name is Taylor Casella. I am a massage therapist by day, but I also work as a unpaid intern for Cadence Comic, who is a representative of multiple comic artists, including Aaron, and who I will be playing will be remaining a mystery until later in the show.
Yeah. Sorry about that, Taylor. I'm juggling. I'm still getting used to juggling like a million windows, a million things, and I'm the most important.
I'm deeply hurt.
Yeah. Okay. So, having said that, let's get straight into it. So, where are you? Okay. So, the Feast of the Pharaoh Fruit, hosted by the up-and-coming trading house of Ianto at their fortress 20 miles outside the city of Tyr, has drawn to a close. The fruit, an exceptional, rare delicacy in Athos, and the first of the season, had been poisoned by our clutch in hopes of ending the detestable life of Demezo Ianto, eldest son of Patriarch Strabo Ianto. House Ianto had been responsible for the hideous Alcazar silk operation our heroes uncovered in the rocky Badlands north of the city. The process of creating Alcazar silk, or king's silk, has long been a well-guarded secret until now. It was discovered that Yuan Ti were using a great silkworm queen, which tethers itself to the spinal cord of enslaved victims via psionic filaments that putrefy the muscle tissue and convert the nerve fibers into the coveted thread. It is then extracted from the body by a massive winch, later to be woven into a fabric nearly as strong as steel. The pain is unimaginable, and the process always fatal. 50 people die to create just one bolt of fabric. From the moment of that heinous discovery, our heroes have made it their primary goal to end House Ianto. But many factions now vie for the aid of our clutch, and Ianto seems to be centrally rooted to their machinations. Their own plan to poison Demezo Ianto was undermined. Strabo Ianto seemingly the only victim. The enslaved gladiators who fought beside Krakaus, the half-giant, for their freedom against the monstrous Braxit, were deemed the culprits behind the poison plot and were returned to imprisonment. A servant seen at the home of Nerissa Dreve, who provided the poison to our group, turned up as a guard at the fortress, was pursued by Desi and leapt to his death from the parapets rather than allow himself to be questioned. Another was spotted after leaving the palace where the Ianto family keep their private quarters, throwing a bloody dagger down a well. Retrieved by Ma'ak, the mantis man used his psionic powers to witness its last few moments. Strabo, as it turned out, was not laid low by the poisoner's art, but the foul craft of an ambitious son. Demezo has slit his father's throat. And now, as all the guests remove themselves to their sleeping quarters, heads reeling with drink and intrigue, our clutch begins a new plot. Find the secret entrance into the subterranean vaults, where the enslaved craftsmen toil at carving obsidian orbs under the direction of a mysterious black-scaled overseer. Orbs Ianto has been sending to the sorcerer-king of Tyr. the great and terrible tyrant known as Kalak. They have something to do with the upcoming Festival of the High Sun, and barely 2 10 days are left to find out why. Okay. So, all of the guests have gone off to their different respective quarters that have been assigned to them throughout the Fortress of Ianto, as you can see upon the map, which surround the central courtyard. The palace, which is home to the family itself, and their private quarters, lies in the center. And you as well have been escorted to your own private quarters. The group of you have been split up between 2 rooms. In the second story, actually just a few doors down from the private quarters of Daruish, the defiler wizard in the employ of House Ianto, which you had already entered into a few sessions ago. You know that the entrance into the subterranean vaults where the gladiators were taken is a secret even to Daruish, who's been here for several months now and has yet to be able to discover where that entrance is. All you know, as a starting point, is that when the gladiators were taken away from the central courtyard to be re-imprisoned below, that they were escorted out. They were escorted away along the northern corridor, and they entered into the only door that lies on the north side of the courtyard that leads into the barracks. That's it. That's all you knew of where to possibly start looking for this entrance. And from what I remember, you were going to attempt to get yourselves a long rest. And in the meantime, Geza would begin to... Well, I'm not sure if Geza was going to also try to get that long rest in first as well. It would leave you precious little time in the early hours of the morning to execute your plan. But Geza was going to be the one that would begin this, perhaps with the aid of Ma'ak.
Sorry, had to unmute in a different way than I normally unmute. Ma'ak, tell me how your the thing that in essence makes me invisible operates.
Well, let's see. Let's actually review again, because it's been a bit since I've read this. If I'm making you invisible, not just myself. Myself, I can make invisible to one person. If I enhance that ability, then I can make myself and additional members of our clutch invisible as well. And that isn't to anyone that either of us can see. So we become invisible to everyone, ostensibly. And that I can... I mean... I have to maintain concentration, but I can keep it up for at least a minute, if not additional minutes, after I've given myself a chance to meditate and regain my strength.
Do we have to have seen them, or we just have to have the ability to see them from our vantage point?
Let's look at the language. You cloak yourself from sight. You are invisible to all creatures you can see until your concentration ends, or until immediately after you damage or otherwise affect any creature with an attack, magical effect, or other ability.
Oh,
so here's until
we become visible if we affect them with another spell. Also,
if we damage or otherwise affect any, a magical effect, any magical effect, or in this case, the language is also psionics. So if we use another psionic ability, that it would break.
If I cast silence in a space that they occupy, it's silencing the space, but not them. Does that count?
I believe that's so, yes.
DM, want to rule on that?
Okay, so so the question you're asking me is if you, like, how would our
silence isn't an attack, it's an area. right? So it shouldn't mess up the other ability.
Yeah, because no sound can be created within or pass through a 20-foot radius sphere. Any creature is then immune to things such as thunder damage.
Yeah, like
It does say, and creatures are deafened while entirely inside of it, but I feel like that's because no sound is traveling in air. Like there's no particle effects happening. So I feel like that's not affecting them directly, right?
yeah, it's also not an attack, and like so I assume that your
Well,
invisibility
it says any magical effect, but it's not targeting a person in this
Right,
case.
it's targeting an area, not an individual or a group. It's a space.
Perhaps also if you were to cast silence before he cast invisibility on you, then both effects would stay in. Because I would rule that if you were to cast magic while in, if it says that any magical effects will negate it. Read that again, Rob. Read,
All right,
read
well,
what
let's
negates
read it again. All right, so you are invisible to all creatures you can see. You can see. So in theory, we need to see them first, right? You can see until your concentration ends, or until immediately after you damage or otherwise affect any creature with an attack, magical effect, or other ability.
Yeah, see that
Damage
would,
or otherwise affect them with a magical ability.
yeah,
I
that
mean,
that would do it. Then silence would negate it. So you would only be able to have that one.
Well,
So you
but
would have
I'm
to,
not doing it. He's doing it.
Yeah, but
Right? If
you would only
I
be
did
able to do
another-
one or the other. Because if you do silence in addition to that, once you cast silence, it's going to drop that invisibility field.
I mean, the language says until you damage, not until my companions damage.
Or-
It doesn't say anything about what my companions do. So
Okay, so who's casting what here?
well, I mean, we're just
Very-
discussing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, in
So,
theory,
so
what
how
do
do
you
these?
wanna know?
How are
You
these?
think
How are
that-
you? How are you suggesting that these overlap?
Like that he has cast what is it called?
Well, it's called obscure.
Obscure.
yeah.
So that he would have cast
That's-
obscure, and then I could then cast silence on a space that we then enter.
Yeah, and that obscure allows it to affect multiple creatures.
If we see them first, yes. Anyone we can see.
Okay.
Well, and that's the other thing is that it doesn't say first. Technically, it says can see. Yeah, I can see anybody who doesn't have invisibility cast on themselves. It's very
Anyone
DM
that you can
making
see.
choice.
So anyone that
Yeah.
because it's like a different thing. That's a hard one because it's anything you can see, not anything you could see. Because could see would be everything. Can't see. Now, granted, I will chalk this up to like this. Again, we're using the Korenberg supplement that you can find on GM Binder. So it's written by just a person who's posted this up for you. So I kind of feel like it should basically follow the same rules as invisibility in that regard.
But also keep in mind that the idea is it's building on the blind spot ability, which we had sort of discussed as being sort of blanking you out. Like it's more like we're just not noticed. We're there. We're not invisible.
If they look directly at us and wanted to see us, they could, but they're like looking elsewhere. Like every time we pass around them, they're like,
and I think
there?"
I think that's the way Rob and I had talked about it before, just kind of off camera, was that's the way it would work. Like you walk into a room and they just kind of happen to start like turn away and look at something else and not
they're either
notice
turning
you.
away or they're not seeing you, that they're not making the connection between what they're seeing and what their brain is processing. We're more so like we're just supposed to be there, so much so that we don't stand out and they don't think about us until we're like long gone. Kind of like, like when you're looking for your car keys, you can't find them, and you're looking all around the house, and then you realize, shit, they were lying on the bed. I saw them. I just didn't. You ever, you know what I'm talking about? It's that sort of thing. We're just doing this disconnect where their mind is sort of Mock's fucking with their minds, right? Their minds are wandering. They're not processing.
I do that all the time, where I look for something.
I see an argument for it either working or not working equally.
I do think, however, that it doesn't necessarily. So read that again. Like, does it say until you cast
Until you damage or otherwise affect any creature with an
Oh,
attack or magical effect. So in theory, it's me.
yeah.
I'm
It's
sort of
not
not
you.
obscuring anymore. I'm doing something else.
Yeah,
You know.
but it does allow you to obscure more than one ally, correct?
If I intensify it, I can do a bunch of them. Yeah.
Okay. So I would say that if
Um,
you intensify, that also expands those
okay.
stipulations
Yeah,
to
that's fair.
everyone you expand it to. So
Right. So anybody that you're obscuring, if they do damage or affect
yeah.
someone, then it's
So
broken.
basically the idea is you couldn't have multiple effects at once. So you've got to do so you can have the obscure, but you're going to have to use your stealth ability in order to actually be silent, rather than a magical effect. So
Okay.
make sense? Okay.
Sure.
Hooray for a rules lawyer time.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. And here's more. Speaking of rules, lawyer, each target there's more in the intensify part. Each target is invincible to all creatures seen by at least one target. So if Geza sees some dude, that dude can't see me, even if I'm looking somewhere
Oh.
else.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought that was in here. It's just later in the
So
thing.
I think I kind of have to stipulate then to the fact that you have to see the individual that you're obscuring yourself from first before they can see you.
We more need to know the targets that we need
Yeah.
to.
So theoretically,
blank,
like
or
say you're in
blind spot.
say you walk into a room and you've already seen that there's a guard on the other side of the room. That you're invisible to that guard. You're standing in a room, but unbeknownst to you, a guard walks in behind you,
Yeah,
sees
if
the
we
two
didn't
of
see him.
you, and for now
It may
theoretically,
be an
if the
initiative
guard
issue
if
or
the guard
whatever.
says something like "Hey you," and then you turn around and see him, then suddenly you would blink out and he'd be like, "What? Wait, hey,
Yeah, where do they go?
For sure.
wait, what? I
But
could
then
have sworn I
also,
just saw somebody."
I think that based on how we're understanding this, then the one that you had been blank to, the moment that you're no longer seeing him, he can now see you from behind. Like, I think we're only invisible to the people in front of us.
that you actually that you can
In
see in
our
your
visual
periphery.
field.
Yeah, in your field of view.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to be careful. Like you got to make sure that with multiple people that you're keeping an eye
walk
out
back
all
to back.
directions. Yeah.
If we walk back to back, we're
Yeah. Okay, so this will be fun. That'll be fun. Okay, having said that, before you guys get going, I'm gonna jump down into another area and go to Poppy. All right, Poppy. Welcome to Dark Sun, by the way. So you're currently where you are, and you know where it is that you are, where you are. I don't want to give too much away to the rest of the group, but you have you've been here for quite a long time, and earlier this day, like early in the morning, some of the individuals that you have lived your life with for so long were given an opportunity, seemingly, to free themselves. And those individuals, Yeely, Vryn, Vryn's brother, who I always forget his name, and maybe you do too. Hold on, give me just a second. Let me pop open D&D Beyond so I can. And I'm getting a little bit of feedback, so if you're not on mic, make sure to mute. Just a second as I pop open the campaign. Okie doke. Okay, yeah, so, dang it, where'd you go? Ah, there you are. Ah, right. So, Yeely, Vryn, Grain, and Domichelle. And, crap, I'm still getting a little bit of feedback. Oh, well, I guess it is what it is for right now. They were given this, like, golden opportunity to free themselves. The only thing that was whispered that they were going to have to actually do some fighting. And you didn't learn much more about that. And as long as they survived the fight, then theoretically that was the last you were going to ever see of them. You may have had a chance to say goodbye, and to a lesser or greater extent, you might have, got along with them or not. But here, where you are, whether you like someone or not, you all hope for each other's freedom someday. And they left, and you expected that one way or the other you'd never see them again. Either they would die on the battlefield or they would walk away free at last. But come around midnight, suddenly all four of them were brought back into the pens and treated worse than they've ever been. Pushed into their cells. They were kind of separated between a few different pens, and one of the guards was even like, "You really thought that you were going to be free? You scum! You poisoning scum! I can't wait to see what Demezo has in store for you now." Locks them up, off they go. So I'll give you a chance if you want. You can hear Vryn and Grain, the two dwarven brothers, are together, and they start kind of hushed tones, like furtively saying things to each other, like, "What are we gonna do now? What are we gonna do? This is bullshit. We didn't do anything. This is just completely trumped up charges. We didn't poison anyone. And I doubt Yeely could have gotten her hands on anything to poison that goddamn fruit, or that elemental's damned fruit." So.
Are they like close to me? Could I talk with them?
Yeah, they're one cell over. They're the closest actually to you. You can see Yeely is kind of off catty corner, and Yeely has always been a sort of a very stoic individual, doesn't talk much, and so she just sits down and just kind of goes quiet. Domichelle is, you can't see her. She's a few cells down, and she's a half-elf.
Mm-hmm. So Poppy kind of just like gets as close to the cell with the dwarven twins and just kind of goes like, psst, psst, psst.
Yeah.
What happened?
Poppy, is that you?
Yeah.
The bastards framed us. Accused us of trying to poison that son of a whore, Demezo. It didn't happen, I tell you. They put the finger on Yeely, but how the fuck could Yeely have done this? She's been down here like the rest of us.
Down here.
Sorry, say that again. You chopped up a little bit.
How the fuck any of us have done that? We're down here. What are we gonna grab? Obsidian shards?
Vren says, I knew this is how it was gonna play out. That bastard never intended for us to be free. He never intended for us to get loose. We've all done things to make them angry. This didn't make sense to begin with. I don't know what to do now. I think that those adventurers, though, the ones that came from Tyr, supposedly out of the wastes, we were able to make some connection with them. They have a half-giant with them, named Krakaus. He was all ready to help break us out. We've told them. Just didn't have a chance to tell them how to find the entrance. I don't know. Keep your fingers crossed for us, Poppy. That they come. Otherwise, we're dead. And dead in the worst possible way. Demezo's gonna torture us, I know it.
She kind of just sits back and thinks. and hopes.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna jump back up to you guys. So what are you guys doing? It's just after midnight.
So I guess the real question is, as Mock is about to end his meta concert, and go to at least meditating for a few hours. But do you sleepers intend to sleep and take your rest to regain your strength and your attachments to the spirits?
I do.
If you wish, while you sleep, I may poke around and see if I can discover anything in the meantime. But I know time will be short. I might be able to buy us some. I have a suspicion. We'll see if I can make it work.
Where are we on thinking that we're getting out of here alive?
I don't think he's going to attack us here now.
No, I think he's going to use Souza, or Souza's going to use us to find Garrow, which of course will only happen sort of if we tell him what happened. Otherwise, that's a wild Bosrog chase. Otherwise, Souza will probably kill us in the waste somewhere once we have outlived our usefulness.
And if we free some prisoners from a dungeon, do we just get them outside the walls?
Do you think we are better off forcing a confrontation here in his home territory?
I just think before we stumble into it, we should be aware that that's possibly going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I think we avoid it. I think we avoid it. I think the longer we can maintain, like, all factions that have approached us are depending on us to maintain a good relationship with the Maison.
I would love to see the prisoners freed, for sure, but we can help many more if we don't die tonight.
I don't think he'll kill us so long as we can free prisoners without him catching us.
So long as we do it without him discovering it, then.
We have to be very, very good.
Then you all should sleep, and Ma'ak and I will be good.
Okay, don't fuck it up.
I can join in on this as well. I'm tiny, obviously, so if there's distractions made, I can go help.
How are you on your spells? Do you need to pray, or did you not cast any magic today?
I didn't do any magic today, I don't think.
Yeah, I think he's full up. I've only cast I cast that locate object spell.
If you're good to go, then let's shave some hours, right? I mean,
Yeah,
we can be sneaky about it, and everybody's
sure.
full
all right,
bellies.
so
of
here's
poison fruit, so-
Mock's scheme. What do you guys think about this? Everyone's asleep. Mock creeps back into the courtyard, and he starts feeling around to see if he can find some more dropped fruit, right? Because the idiot gladiators, they dropped them all over the ground. And maybe he picks up a trail that takes him back to the door that we know those gladiators went through, right? And then from there, maybe I can pick up the trail inside. Maybe they did step on some of that fruit, and I can smell it inside there, or taste it. So
I have a question for Mock. Is there any way, you have the psionic ability with living things, is there any way to track them psionically through the fruit that they ate? Is there some sort of link there?
No.
Could you tie
I should
into
have all my
plant-
abilities at the top of my head, but yes, I do actually have an ability called
like a
life
plant
detection.
life,
Let me see if it would
plant
help.
life thing or a memory thing?
The memory thing. Listen, here's the difficulty. Now I am regretting not taking the risk of making mind link with one or more of those dwarves. They could have been potential allies. Their situation was dire. But I chose to be cautious and I did not reach out to them. And now it is too late because if you are in my clutch or someone I have made concert with before, that's one thing. I can often find you again, no, regardless of distance. But if we have never made contact, they may as well be on the other side of Athos.
Can you
I
do it
cannot
through
find them.
me, since I'm a dwarf and I've had contact with them? Can you do it like?
Not telepathically, though.
But
That's
they're
my
able
point.
to
If I could
find
reach them
like,
telepathically,
locate
I
them?
could simply ask them where the door is, right?
What I was able to locate the dungeon because we were able to locate the jewelry on the Yanti. So we know where they are, assuming that they're in the same place.
Well, but you already did that. Remember, she
Yes.
was pacing in a circle
we know
or something
we
like
know
that?
we know where they are, and
Mhm.
we have to assume that we gain entry through the barracks of the soldiers. That's the nearest entry
That
point.
was my assumption as well, and it would just be a matter of perhaps I could pick up a trail, even there was nothing quite so unique as the odor of that farrow fruit. In theory, I should pick up even the smallest drop if I can taste it on the ground. Basically, whatever. I can make a survival roll and track. So I'm going to try to track, see if somebody did that.
Can we?
I mean, maybe up to the dice, but
Can I interject real quick? Just put a pin in everything that you're doing because once again, all of my well-laid plans, I completely forgot something that I meant to do at the very beginning of the session, which was we all need to draw karma beads, and we need to go over our karma beads, so that because this could help you
let's
possibly
imagine
going
Mock
forward.
sits down.
So
folds his
which
arms.
makes sense because you are getting ready to start your long rest, or you know, Mock only needs to meditate for 4 hours in order to.
I actually don't even need to meditate that long, but I'll probably do it just to be on the safe side.
Yeah. So the idea is you set down to like engage in either your long or short rest. So keep in mind too, like for those of you who actually want to get that full long rest, you can do that. You can basically sleep till 8 in the morning. And 8 in the morning, like everybody is like fucking trashed from this party. So nobody's getting up at 8 in the morning outside of like your usual guard rotations. So theoretically, you still have like a few hours in the early morning after that long rest. And at this point, it's actually going to be a little after 8:30 in the morning. It's going to be more like 8:30. It's going to be like 8:30, 8:45 by the time you actually get settled in, get your long rest going. Because it was midnight was the time when the fruit was actually eaten, and there was more time after that. So really, we're probably getting closer to the 1 o'clock hour at this point. It's going to push that forward to more like a 9 o'clock wake up time for your long rest. But you can also do short rests, and that's just an hour to get back some hit points, get back a couple spell slots, or whatever you need, whatever you get back from that short rest. So you can do that too. Still have all night long, but it does then.
Sounds like everybody could just use a short rest and be fine. It maybe does Desi need a long rest?
Desi is not depleted, and also, I mean, just between us players, has an extraordinarily high stealth. So if in your plans you have use for that, let me know.
Yeah, no, I think like it's more like this is our time. It's the best chance that we have of sneaking around, and if somebody catches it, that's Mock's story. He's looking for spare fruit. Like some more got dropped around here, you know, once in a lifetime opportunity. Everyone else is asleep. So, if we have to.
Yeah.
But and then worst case scenario, Mock makes everybody invisible for a minute, you know, and we skedaddle.
Yeah. Okay, well, so then having said that, before you guys settle in to do whatever type of rest it is that you're choosing, let's get this karma bead situation out of the way. So before we get into that, I'm going to go back over. I'm from now on. This is the only time I'm going to read this like on air. From here on out, for those watching, we're going to have this in the notes. And anytime I refer to karma beads, I'm just going to say, if you don't know how it works, look at the show notes. So this is for the uninitiated. Karma beads are how we do experience. Handle inspiration and unlock major plot developments. At the end of every session, each player draws a blue, good karma, or black, bad karma bead at random from the Gourd of Fate. So, when all of the beads have been drawn from the Gourd of Fate, the party levels up. Before beads are drawn, however, each player decides where they will go, either inspiration, character arc, signpost, or campaign. Inspiration grants the player standard inspiration if it's a blue bead, so that's exactly the way that it works in the player's handbook, which means that you can give yourself inspiration, you can give yourself advantage. I think you can grant that inspiration to someone else. But as far as our blue bead goes, you can either give that inspiration to yourself as advantage on a roll, or give it to an ally, or anybody else that you want to get inspiration for that roll. If it's a black bead, though, it's the reverse. The player can grant disadvantage to a roll of an enemy or anyone, even if it was say they felt like one of their party members was doing something like ridiculously dumb that they just feel was ill-advised. Maybe we disadvantage that. Beware, though. Inspiration beads are returned to the Gourd of Fate once they've been used, prolonging leveling up. A player can have 2 inspiration beads at a time. They can be any color. Once 3 beads have been allocated to character arc, a major plot development is unlocked for that character's own personal story. The ratio of good to bad karma beads determines how benign or harmful that development will turn out to be. 3 beads unlock the signpost. Now, this is one thing where I've done some adjusting. So before it was 2, I've upped it to 3. I like the idea of it to be an odd number, so it's always going to either be, it's going to skew negative or it's going to skew positive that way. So once 3 beads are put into signpost, now I'm not going to apply that right now, as I'm grandfathering you guys in, so you can use your signpost the way it is right now, which is full of 2 beads. So anyway, once signpost is full with those 3 beads, you get a simple clue. If the players ever feel stuck, they can use signpost, and then I will give them direction, fair or fell. That will lead them in the right direction. And again, that means no matter what that information is, it will ultimately lead in the right direction, but that could either be filled with terrible obstacles or just easy paths, depending on what it looks like. Next, we have major campaign, and major campaign developments are revealed once 7 beads now have been collected. Once again, before we had it at 6. I'm going to go ahead and grandfather that in, so these will not take effect until after you guys level up. But I like the idea that with odd numbers, you always skew positive or negative in one way or the other once that's filled up. This operates exactly the same way as character arc, but for the entire group and campaign rather than just a single individual. If at any point during the game a player does something that I would normally determine deserves inspiration, as per the standard rules in D&D, then they get to draw from the Gourd of Fate, and then all of the normal rules that I just set out apply. And then a couple final notes. If a player by chance has nowhere to put a bead because all their options are full, it is simply removed from play. It still counts towards you leveling up, you just don't get to place it somewhere. And finally, once the Gourd of Fate is empty, the party levels up. The gourd is then reset with 1 bead for every level in the party. So, example, if there are 5 players, which we have, that are 6th level, which they will be, then 30 beads will be added back into the gourd. And then the ratio of good to bad beads is always 3 to 2. So, it will be 18 blue karma beads, good karma beads, and 12 bad karma beads. And then any bead still unused inside your little cups back here, which are currently, my camera isn't wide enough to actually pick that up, but they're back there. There's like a whole setup back here that is completely off camera. they will remain in play. So keep that in mind. Like that doesn't get taken away from you, and any inspiration beads that you have left that you haven't used that you then use will go back into the gourd of fate. So like tonight, if you guys don't use any inspiration, hold that back for yourselves so that you can get that level up at the end of the night, which will happen because of how many beads are left in the gourd. Those roll over to level 6. And as soon as you use them, they go back into the gourd, and that just, it expands the amount of time that it'll take to level up. So, all right. Having said that, we will start with Rob. Where would you like your bead? First of all, let's look at your cup. And
I only have room in inspiration, so I think that's where it's going.
Yep, only room in inspiration. Right now there's mostly blue beads. And you get a blue bead to inspiration.
Hooray.
Okie doke.
I could use a little good karma.
Yeah. Next we've got Emily. Where would you like your bead to go? And right now, I think you have one in arc and one in inspiration.
Oh, where's the one in my arc?
You have a black bead. You have a black karma bead in arc, and you have a blue bead in inspiration.
Put it in character arc.
Okay.
No whammy. No whammy.
Like I said, it's mostly blue right now, and you get a blue bead into your character arc.
Woo!
Next, we got Joe. Where would you like yours to go? And yours right now, you have one in inspiration, and that is it.
Oh, okay. And it's a black bead in inspiration, right?
It is a black bead, yes.
Let's do another one in inspiration.
Okay. Blue.
Yay.
Okie doke. Mark, currently you have 2 in inspiration. The only place you can put something is in character arc right now. So you got no choice. Blue. One good thing coming your way. And because this is basically making up for last time, Poppy unfortunately doesn't get to pick one this time. So, but at the end of the session, you will. It'll be your first karma bead selection. So, wait, hold on a second. Is that right? Did I get everybody else? I got Joe, I got Rob, Emily.
Yeah, because Krakaus isn't getting one, so.
So actually, I was wrong. There are still 7 beads here, so you're not gonna. There's no leveling up this turn. This session. It will be next session, so feel free to use those. Well, I wouldn't say feel free to use those inspiration beads. So let's just recap so everybody knows what they have available to them at present. And this fucking gourd. Geza, you have a blue and a black in inspiration. So keep that in mind as you go forward. Desi, you have a blue in inspiration. Krakaus isn't here.
But shouldn't you draw for him anyway?
Yeah.
Now we're getting left back because Joe's not here.
Yeah, well, this is going to be... well, Poppy's like basically jumping in, so it's going to take over. It's going to fill up the... you know what? I am going to take a bead out of the gourd for Krakaus.
Yeah.
Okay. So that will disappear for him. I shall just
swallow it.
Yeah, I'll just... Having said that, Mock, you have a blue and a black in inspiration. Keep that in mind. And Sha'ar, you have a blue and a black in inspiration. Also keep that in mind. You got lots of inspiration you can use. And then finally, your signpost, as per the previous rules before I updated them, is full. So you also have that. So that is certainly something that you could use to help you find your way to that secret door.
And if we use a signpost, those go back in rotation as well?
I mean, I do like the idea that signpost gets back into the rotation, but that would be a new rule which I will implement once you level up. So for now, because that was not part of the original rules, it's not going to go back into the gourd. So if you guys want to use signpost this time, feel free. It's not gonna slow you down.
Okay.
Okay, so on with the show. So if you guys want to do your 1 hour or whatever kind of rests you want, you can go into your character sheets on D&D Beyond and do that.
I don't need to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But at what point do we or will we be hitting exhaustion?
Probably, I mean, you've gone all day. You traveled all morning through the desert to get here. So probably come dawn, I'll have you guys roll constitution checks to see if you gain a level of exhaustion.
How far away is dawn?
Well, it's about 1 o'clock it's getting close to 1 in the morning right now.
And dawn is at 6?
I'm going to basically what I would say is like whatever the end of a typical long rest would be. So that would be somewhere around 9 in the morning.
Okay. Yeah. Either way, I won't be getting a long rest tonight. So,
All right.
whatever we're gonna do, we could do just as easily now, unless somebody needs a short rest.
Mog does, and
Okay.
basically will end the meta concert. Go back to just his own thoughts for a little while as he reviews his memories of the day.
One thing that I want you guys to take note of on the map is that the quarters that you've been put in are typically used as dining quarters for the barracks, and they've been partitioned off. Tables have been pushed up against the wall, which the tables you see here. Earlier today, I think you actually looked in this room and they were still in the middle, but now they've been all pushed up against the wall and beds have been brought in. And then there are 3 doors on the northern wall that lead out to the parapet wall on the 2nd story. Between each of those doorways, they have put up canvas sheets that partition each section off. That's all you have in terms of privacy, separating you and the next guests over.
So now that meta concert is off, no talking.
Other than like really faint whispering.
Nah, no talking's better.
I mean, yeah, it's up to you how you want to handle that, but there you go.
And Ma'ak, you need to go radio silent for 4 hours, 2 hours?
I mean, Ma'ak is probably fine for 2.
Yeah.
And he could be back in full strength.
I will say that the group next to you...
4 hours for a 4 hours of light activity for a Thri-Kreen is the equivalent of a long rest.
Yeah.
So...
I will say that the group...
I mean, 4 would be great, for sure.
So just an FYI, the groups next to you, so there's like 2 quarters that have been sectioned off next to you. They obviously have pulled that sheet up and they're continuing their party in raucous style. So they're making lots of noise.
Okay.
Lots of noise, obviously not aware of your goings-ons. Every once in a while, somebody like hits the sheet and like pulls it aside and is like, you want to join? You want to keep this going?
Nope. Is there a benefit? Metagaming? Is there a exhaustion benefit to sleeping for less than a full rest? Like if we took a short rest, that doesn't stave off exhaustion, right?
A short rest, probably not. But if you like took like a half rest, I mean, you wouldn't benefit from the long rest, but it would probably stave off that exhaustion a little bit, a few more hours.
Oh, I'd vote for that.
Yeah, we should do that. As long as Ma'ak's down, we should all go down.
Amen.
And if we need to, if the raucous party is preventing anyone from sleeping, I could cast silence in our tent.
Would you use it?
I could. I would use one of my second level spell
Well,
slots.
let's do this. Everybody
don't
give
waste
me
it.
everybody give me a Constitution save to see if they can fall asleep with these assholes next to you not shutting the fuck up.
16 for me.
Okay. It's gonna be a hard difficulty, so you gotta get it above a 20 to make this save.
Above a 20?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a
no,
hard
I won't do
difficulty.
that.
Desi's gone.
What did you roll?
I don't know, because my thing froze. What did I roll? Did it
A
roll?
20.
Get the fuck out! I rolled a 20!
Yeah.
What a great place to waste that, am I right?
In this case, it is a waste, because if I can't sleep, I'm going to cast silence.
Yeah. I mean, if at this point it's probably not like nobody else even has to bother, because if Geza can't sleep and you're gonna cast it, you might as well go ahead.
Is there a way...
Can that be her first stealth roll?
No. I mean, Desi just like passes out and starts snoring. But Desi's used to these kind of parties, so you know.
How dare you, Dusty doesn't snore.
Breathing deeply.
So... 10-foot diameter? Is that what it is? 20-foot sphere? What are we doing here?
Yeah, the space you're in is like 15 feet by 15 feet or so. Well, more like 15 by 20.
Oh, it says actually no sound could pass through a 20-foot radius sphere. So that would be a 40-foot diameter sphere, right?
Yeah, you might want to center that like against the wall.
I like to do it in the ground under us, so we're just under this dome of silence.
Yeah, I will say like you're not able to completely silence it, so like some of the party goes over there probably do get freaked out after a while, because like they realize that there's like a little area of their partition where like if they wander into it, suddenly they're like completely muffled, and then that probably becomes like just like, hey, get over here, look at this, and then people are walking into that space. And I mean, granted, it doesn't affect you because you just like, it takes you a little bit to get to sleep, but like there's probably about 20-30 minutes where you see like people like congregating in that area, and you just see kind of like through the silhouettes as people are obviously entertained to no end by this weird spatial anomaly, this auditory anomaly that's happening inside their space. So
These are just noise canceling canvas sheets. It's okay.
Yeah. Okay, so having said that, we can fast forward a few hours, 4 hours or so. So everybody give yourselves the benefits of your short rests, which should be just a button you can press on your character sheets. Got too many windows. Okay. Okay, and once that is done, how are we going to kick this off? Well, actually, before you do that, I'm going to jump back downstairs to Poppy. Because at this point, hours have passed. You kind of fall asleep, wake up, fall asleep. You have a bit of that kind of halfling, always on edge quality to you. Ready to pounce at any given time. So, because Vryn basically kind of planted in your mind that theoretically this mysterious group of adventurers would come to the rescue of these friends of yours, you kind of wake up periodically through the night. Like, Vryn, still there, and then Vryn's still there. Vryn, obviously, they're wide awake. They can't go to sleep. Vryn tells you, Nothing yet, Poppy. I think we're fucked. I don't think they're coming for us. I think we're on our own. I don't know what to do at this point.
Is there anything stopping people from using like magic down here?
No, other than you don't have your focus that allows you to do your magic.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So all of that stuff has been
So just one thing.
confiscated. Yeah, all of that stuff has been confiscated. So yeah, like, and you're kept sort of like on the verge of starvation. Like, they have in Athos, they have many different tools at their disposal to make sure that people just aren't up to snuff in terms of standing up to their oppressors. Now, having said that, no one has accosted any of you in the past few hours. You've kind of been left to your own devices. And the rest of the population down here, some of them were interested in hearing what was going on. And of course, like, you have your own cellmates. Vryn and them were put in with cellmates. Just so you know, like, your cells are horrifyingly crammed. Each cell itself, I believe, is like 10 by 15 feet or so, and you occupy that space with about 10 people total. So, as a halfling, you're one of the lucky ones because you can actually find floor space. But a lot of people, like the larger individuals, often have to sleep either sitting up or even standing up, depending on how packed that cell is. Once again, it's been a while. It's been quite some time since you've seen any of your fellows that you were brought here with, but there are also the new guards that have been terrorizing everyone in recent weeks. They don't typically spend too much time here because they're overly brutal to the point where they have spontaneously killed individuals down here who were important to the operations. Because of their unbridled rage, their inability to contain themselves. So it's a handful of individuals. There's four individuals in particular that you can think of. You've never caught clear view of their faces. They're kind of cloaked from head to toe in robes, and with these deep hoods. And it's so dark down here to begin with. You almost work in complete darkness that you've never been able to get a clear view of them. Every once in a while, the light from a flame or a small torch somewhere will glint off just a bit of flesh underneath that hood as they turn in the light. And you get a hint of like a leathery skin, almost like snake skin, but different colors. Almost reminds you of the overseer to a certain extent, who you've gotten of some better glimpses because the overseer actually lives down in here amongst you. Granted, the overseer's quarters are in the catwalk level above. But there's another tunnel that leads off the other side of this workshop, and that's where those other guards typically stay. However, tonight, just an hour ago, two of them came into the pens and kind of wandered through, looking in to the cells. And when they came to your cell, The two of them stood there, staring in. You couldn't tell exactly who they were looking at, but you got this creepy feeling they were looking at you. It gave you the heebie-jeebies. And then they finished that circle, and they walked back off, and they went back through that tunnel, but basically up the stairs to the catwalk level and back out through that cavernous opening that leads off the other side. And you haven't seen them since. But you get a sense that you're being watched at this point. You're all being watched closely.
Kind of goes to the dwarf brothers, and at this point, they're in and out of sleep, so they're not really. They're like, I'm not gonna try at this point.
Yeah.
So they kind of just go up and sit near the brothers and are like, was it at least a nice party?
For a while, I got to eat some of the greatest food I've ever tasted. And for a moment, I tasted freedom too. We thought we were so close. So close.
Well, at least your last meal will be nice.
I guess.
Trying to look on the bright side here.
Poppy, can I ask a favor?
Sure.
Whatever happens, Vryn and I are dwarves. We have focus. Don't eat us. If you do, like, seriously, Poppy, don't eat us. I know we've talked a long time. I understand what your people believe, respect it. But my focus and my brother's focus has been unfulfilled. When we die, we're both going to become banshees. And if you eat my flesh, my banshee is going to come after you. Just don't.
Can you point me in the direction of someone I can't eat?
Oh, eat Yeely. Or the half-elf. I don't care.
Okay, I'll eat the half or the auntie.
Yeah. Like, I understand that it's that you believe there's these elemental forces connected to us, but believe me, it's nothing compared to the banshee that's going to be left here in House Ianto. And if there's anything left of my mind in that banshee, as long as you don't eat me, maybe it'll save you. But all I can tell you is that House Ianto better take me and Grain far into the desert if they plan to torture and kill us. Because if our banshees are left here, they don't even understand what's in for them.
Well, as long as you're promising to haunt this area and not other areas, I will make an exception and not eat you.
It's a deal.
This time.
It's a deal. Okay.
If you die outside of here, I'm eating you.
It's a deal. Okay. So back up. Let's do one last thing before we take our mid-game break. So how do you guys kick this off?
Ma'ak has to wake us up or whatever.
All right. Well, Ma'ak emerges from his few hours of meditation quite refreshed and will reestablish meta-concert with the five of us, including Krakaus.
I I think you should let him sleep. He's not a good stealth mission guy.
I agree. I actually imagined sooner or later I would end my connection with Krakaus so that I could create a new one with someone else who we might encounter as we progress.
What?
Speaking to guards or whoever. Do you think it's odd that DeMezzo invited Emerald to give a speech about the beliefs of the Verdant Revival? What do you think that's about? And do you think Emerald's about?
We had some initial nefarious assumptions about them, and I'm not 100% certain that our initial thoughts were wrong. And if they're friends of DeMezzo's, then that certainly seems to reinforce that there's something stinky there.
Yeah, that bears further investigation perhaps later. I have
To be
a
fair, we are also friends of the Mezzos right now to any outsider looking in.
of
Yeah.
course we are,
You keep your
including
enemies closer, right?
the Filers and the Veiled Alliance and whoever else is spying on this place. All right, let's forget about Emerald for now. Let me attempt to pick up the trail of the gladiators and see if that can get us anywhere.
How long does your obscure work?
For 1 minute.
Oh,
Per my empowering of it, let's say. I can keep it up for much longer. I am at my full strength now. I have not been at full strength for some time. Though I just established meta concert, so I'm already down 3. But yeah. Unless anyone else has a better suggestion.
Desi is sneakier than you, yes?
I am
Yes,
the
but I don't actually have to sneak, at least for part of it.
Oh, sure.
But Desi, did you have another suggestion?
No. I'm not adding this. This is all you. You give me orders, I take orders.
Yeah, just tell me what your first action is going to be.
Then let's go hunting, clutchmates. And Ma'ak will turn and move out of the south door where we're at and make his way. First, I'll take an assessment of who's in the courtyard.
North door. You're on the second level.
Oh shit! So
you
we have to go downstairs?
can only walk out onto the parapet right now.
Okay, go out on the parapet then.
Oh, that's the only way out of our room?
Well, unless you go through the. I mean, if you go through the curtains.
Yeah, we can go to the parapet into the
Yeah.
Tower and then downstairs and out the stables and into the courtyard, right?
Yeah.
Or something like that.
But
I
also
just want to get downstairs. That's where I'm going.
through the curtains would lead us through partiers, but where else?
Well, nowhere. There's all of the doors out of this space, which is typically a dining hall for the guards, leads out onto the north parapet. So there's 3 doors.
Okay.
All doors lead to the north parapet.
I guess we should all go as one, so you're not coming back and forth if there are guards patrolling.
Well, aren't we free to come and go? We haven't done anything wrong yet.
Yet.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you're the right kind that
Mog
doesn't
is
sleep,
planning.
so-
All right, Mog's being sneaky, but he's being the kind of sneaky of like the kid who goes and steals candy out of the cookie jar after the dinner's over. You
He's
know,
being noisy on tiptoes.
He's looking for scraps right now. He's trying to play the insect, card or whatever. So, Aaron, I'm just trying to get down to the courtyard.
Okay.
At least for now.
Okay, so as you exit, or when you open the door out of your particular side of the quarter, look out into the parapet, and you do see that there is a guard standing there. Just about 15 feet to your left, looking out over the wall.
Do I see him first?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, give me a
Then-
stealth. Real quick, give me a stealth check.
Sure.
Yeah, like he might not look over.
Exactly. How's an 18 for you?
He does not notice you as you open the door and look his way.
All right. Then Ma'ak will quickly and quietly slip into the side door into the tower, the parapet there. The guard looks like he's readying an action that if the guard turns in his direction, he's going to blind spot him.
The door is locked.
Right? Then it's a good thing Ma'ak is long and skinny.
Are you using
He will
your
blind spot
obscure?
that
Or are
dude
you
and
still?
try
Are
to
you
move
just
past
doing?
him.
Are you just doing stealth, or are you using your obscure?
It's not obscure. I'm not spending points. I'm
You're just
doing
being sneaky
blind
sneaks.
spot, which is the one just for me,
Okay, just for you.
and it's just
Okay.
one target.
Okay. All right. Let's get past this first obstacle, and then we will take our mid game break.
Which way is the guy looking? at this point?
He's looking. He's looking out through the crenellation north, towards and north is where the gladiatorial arena was set up.
Okay, so Ma'ak's move is 40.
Give me an
5,
insight.
10,
Give me an
15,
insight check.
20. Insight? Sure.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice. A dirty 20.
He's swaying as if a little drunk. Like maybe he snuck some wine from the party before going on shift.
Ma'ak is still using stealth to sneak by him. He's used blind spot on this guy, so if he turns to look, he owes me a will save. Otherwise, who cares?
Well, and you're going to have advantage, basically, on your checks.
Great.
Yeah.
Terrific. But as Ma'ak moves past him, is there anything of interest on this guy's person?
Wait, are you
he
actually?
might wanna
Are
look
you moving past? Because
at? Yeah, hell yeah, I am.
Okay.
I'm sneaking right past him. I blind spotted him.
So you're walking down the other end of the parapet to see if the other door
Isn't
is
that
open?
the only other way out?
Oh, okay. So
How
you're not
else am I
going
getting out
to.
of
Oh,
here?
yeah. Okay. So you're not going to try to get the door open. Okay. Yeah. So give me a perception
It's
check.
either that or shove this guy off the parapet. I might do that.
Well, first, if you want to do checks, if you want to do sneaky checks, give me an investigation check.
Investigation or stealth with advantage?
Wait, didn't you say you wanted to see if he had anything on him worthwhile?
Oh, yeah. No, that's fair. All right, I'll do investigation first. No problem.
Yeah.
Happy to. A 23.
Oh, he has an obsidian short sword on one side, and a
Okay.
stone dagger on the other, and a money pouch hanging next to the dagger. All three
so-
within easy reach.
Nope.
And he is,
Nope.
and as you get closer, you can now see that he is basically leaning against the parapet. Oh, there goes the hawking blade. Leaning against the parapet, and just kind of like swaying. And before you didn't have like a clear view on him the way that he was leaning. Now you can see he has a wine skin and he's leaning against the parapet and he's just taking sips. And his head is just kind of like nodding. I told him not to do that, and then he came back and like, really, you're gonna do that to me in the Elven Market? Like, no, there's no Templar around here. Like, he's
Silly sleepers.
Yeah.
Can Ma'ak basically stretch and move past this guy without touching him?
yeah, because you're narrow and
Right.
long, not wide, so you can skitter past him.
Mm-hmm. Then he will finish his 40 feet of move. Actually, he'll double move. No, I can't double move. Not if I'm going to
Yeah.
sneak.
Yeah, because
So
you're
just
going
40 feet
5,
for me.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. So you get to there.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Cool. Again, I'm my eyes are on him. If
Okay.
he turns around, he's getting blind spotted.
Yeah.
But
So
otherwise,
now, anyone who's standing at the door into the room, peering out, can see all of this happen. So think about your next moves. Let's take our mid-game break. We will be right back. Okay, we're back. We left off with Mock doing some sneaky sneaks on the upper parapet and making his way past one of the guards. We're going to jump back inside the room with the rest of you. Does anybody else want to do anything now that they see what Mock is scheming?
Meta concert is up, by the way. So
Yeah, I would just be like, if that other door is locked, we should pick this one so we don't all parade past him.
can one of you open that locked door?
Yes.
That's a hard maybe.
Aaron, any other guards on the parapet? Down the path or anything that Mock can see?
Just a second. There is a second guard further down, closer to the door over here. Actually, sorry. He's actually sitting on a stool next to that door. It's hard to tell whether he's sleeping or not. Give me a perception check.
Sure thing. Nice. I'm rolling well. 15.
15? So let me just tilt this down a little bit. He's back here in the corner like this.
Yup. Silly sleepers sleeping. Okay. This drunk guy in front of Ma'ak, you said he was sipping his wine or whatever?
Yeah, he's got a little wineskin that he's sipping from, and he's leaned against that parapet between the crenellations and looking out across the field, yammering to himself about some slight he had in the elven market.
You want me to poison him? I'll poison him.
No. I'm going to try something else first. Don't waste your poison. At some point, Mock will... He's going to take one more step, basically, so he's next to that doorway.
Right here?
Is that doorway open or closed?
That's a window. This is the doorway.
Oh, okay. Actually, I'll look through the window as I go through, but I'll stand next to that door if I can.
Looking through the window, you see Daruish sleeping in his bed.
Do I kill him? No, not yet, Mock. Not yet. All right. So Mock will stand next to that doorway. Presume he'll one of his
hold on, because it's you've used up your movement, so we need to give everybody else a chance.
Sorry.
Undo that. So everybody else has a chance now to act, if they so choose.
Desi, do you have lockpicks? That's a thing you do, right? You're a sneaky?
Well, it sure was in the first game we played. Very
you have a thieves tool. You have thieves tools. Like you definitely have those.
Okay.
So
because while I am very dexterous, I don't actually have lockpicks or thieves tools or anything of the sort.
I do have thieves tools and a history of it. I am very good with my hands. Would that be a sleight of hand check? I will say I'm not as good at lock picking as I am at sneaking, but I am lock picking.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm about the same on both, but sure, it's better than me. Either way.
Okay. Do you want me to pick this lock? Shall I pick this lock?
Meta concert, Ma'ak, you're going to check the other door, yes?
I will in a moment. Yes.
All right. So let's just wait. Because if we have to cross, then we don't want to be
hold your
fiddling with
action.
locks first.
Anybody else want to do anything while Desi and Geza hold actions? Char?
No.
Okay, back to Ma'ak.
All right. So, at some point, does the guard put his wineskin down on the crenellation? Oh, I wouldn't be going that far. I'd just go to Daruish's door.
Okay. Let's see. Evens odds.
It would be even for him to put it down.
He puts it down.
Ma'ak will use far hand.
Yeah,
And when he reaches for it,
yeah, just to give a little bit more explanation, he puts it down, and he kind of like sways back. He's digging through like a pouch for something.
okay.
When he puts it down.
All right, when he puts it down, that's fine. When he reaches for it again, Ma'ak will use far hand and push it off the crenellation in the hopes that he will drunkenly lurch towards it and pitch himself off the edge.
Oh, is this a moment for inspiration?
Nope.
No.
We'll leave this to fate.
Leave it to fate. Okay, so yeah, so you use far hand. He's like this. He's digging for something, and he pulls out like. And this is the moment you realize it's the guard that dropped the dagger in the well. Because he
So
pulls.
he's drunk on the gold.
He pulls that. He pulls one of those 3 gold pieces out that he was given, and he starts to look at it. And he's like, "Oh my God, what am I gonna do with you? What I'm gonna do with you?" And then,
Ma'ak flick it out of his fingers.
oh, you get the opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, far hand, he's got it held firmly in
it's
his
an
hand.
equipped item. I know.
Yeah. So you
But
might.
this would be perfect, right? Just so we drop it, right?
Yeah.
Just wiggle it
But
enough
this
that
could
you drop
cause
it.
This could theoretically cause a cascade of events, because you can't. You realize that he's holding on to it so tightly that you're not going to be able to flick it out using your
Alright.
psionics,
Then I'm-
your far hand.
It's all right. I'm going to go with my original plan. Then I'm going to push his wineskin.
Okay. You push his wineskin off. He sees it go forward. First things first. He sees his wineskin fall off the front of the parapet. He goes, "Oh no! So I'm gonna give him a dex save to see if he holds on to that coin.
Okay.
So I'm gonna hold this up to the camera.
That's not good.
That's what I rolled.
A 2?
Bad.
2. He reaches for, he scrambles desperately for his wineskin. It tumbles off the front of the parapet. At the same time, that gold piece comes loose from his hand, hits the parapet, scatters, hits the side of the crenellation, tink, 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 bounces, 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 is right, and then lands. It's basically 1/3 leaning off of the parapet when it comes to an end, and he starts to and then hold on, perception check. I rolled a 5, so he starts to go like, "Oh shit! Where did it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd that fucking gold piece go?" And he's like looking, he's looking, he's scrambling down at the base of the wall, he's like on the floor, looking round,
I
long
can
enough
manipulate
for
5
an
objects.
entire round to go past.
Okay. Well, Ma'ak he can manipulate 5 objects at a time. He basically he actually might have not even let the thing drop. It might actually be hovering beyond the crenellation, his wineskin. But Ma'ak will hit the gold coin because he saw where it went.
Yeah.
And he'll have it basically the guy can't see it? Right?
He's not yet caught sight of it. He's frantically looking everywhere for it.
All right.
Has yet to see it.
Rob wants to grab this gold coin so bad. Ma'ak thinks it's worthless. So he's going to flick it basically with far hand and let it tink to make a sound against the stone. And so he'll hear it and then go for it. Ma'ak won't let it go, but it'll go off the edge.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Roll 16 for his perception.
Okay.
He suddenly hears it. He looks up and he sees it. He's like, and then he lurches out for it.
And it just keeps going a little further than he should be able to
He starts
reach.
scrambling through the air for it. He's like, "Oh, shit. And then
This is the best bait ever. No.
He scrambles. Like, at this point, he's so drunk, he's not really, like, grasping the reality of this situation as the gold coin is, like, floating past his hand in the air. Beyond the wall, he jumps up on the parapet, reaches out, and over he goes. Ah!
That's some funny film music.
The Ma'ak will just have the gold coin.
Wait,
just float
wait,
into
hold
his
on.
hand.
I've got something just for this. Give me just a second. I should have this queued. I need like a little panel for this.
Where's your soundboard with the Wilhelm scream?
Right, totally.
Is this the first bit of genuine humor
Wait,
we've
wait,
had up?
Wait, hold on. I did. You didn't even hear. Hold on.
Sound canceling. There you go. There it is.
There is it. Wilhelm scream as he falls over the edge.
Now,
Yeah, he tumbles off the edge. Now, however, at the other end of the parapet, the sleeping guard is going to get advantage on his perception check. He does wake up, so he's back there sleeping. When he falls off, and you hear the fucking.
Wilhelm scream?
Yeah. Aye.
Anyway. Oh, there he went. Finally. When you hear that, like, yelp as he falls off the parapet, the guard down at the end of the wall next to the door goes,
Can
and then he looks
Ma'ak
at
get
you
an
and he
action
goes,
before he gets spotted?
say what?
Can Ma'ak get another action? It's a
Is it a bonus action?
Or a reaction. In this
What
case.
can you do with your reaction?
Or a bonus action, I can blind spot him before he sees me.
Right.
Okay, yeah, then you could use your bonus action.
Or we roll initiative if you want. I don't know what's fair, but
I think that, like, in this instance, because he was asleep, I'll go ahead and let you roll your bonus action.
oh, great! Then
Does he
terrific.
get
Then
a
owes
get a
the-
wisdom save or anything for
He gets
this?
a wisdom save, exactly.
Okay.
For shit, that's on another piece of paper. I think it's a 14. Hold on, 16. Shit. Of course, I grabbed the one page I don't need, or didn't grab
Yeah.
the one I did.
Yeah.
That's not D&D Beyond. Beyond.
Come on. Do I have it somewhere else, maybe? I'm pretty sure it's a 14. I'm sorry, I don't have the right page.
Okay, well, let's see.
I
He's
have to
going
do that.
to... Okay,
Oh, wait, no, I found it. 15. Sorry, 15.
15. Okay.
DC 15.
Is this going to be a huzzah moment or a sad trombone? He immediately looks up and he's like, "What was that? Hey, where did you go?" Well, and he gets up and he's like, "Bramford, where did you go?" God damn it.
Can we put a banana peel down?
Yeah. He's like, that son of a bitch. Like, always wandering off. Probably taking another shit. God damn it. And yeah, he gets up and he starts to kind of like drunkenly wander your way.
Shit. Okay.
I mean, he only moves like 10 feet because he's like swaying. And he's like looking around. Like, Brandon, where the fuck did you go?
Do we kill this
is
guy?
Darwish's door, is it shut or is it just a doorway?
No, it's a door and it's shut.
So if I open it, this guy would see that open, right? So
Yeah, probably see the door
probably.
open.
All right. Well, then I can keep, if it's just me, I can keep blind spot up indefinitely. So I'll just, whichever way he steps, Ma'ak will step around him and just let him pass.
Yeah, okay. I mean, he's moving super slow, so he only moves like 10 feet forward. You move 10 feet forward to get to Darwish's door. You try
Right.
that, it's not, and you still have another 30 feet you can move forward if you want to.
Yeah, check the other door.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll move up right.
Okay, so 10.
Right up near him, but I'm staying on the parapet side of the wall now, or the
Crenellation,
the edge.
Yeah,
right.
we'll put
So
you there.
he can, because he looks like he's walking along the wall.
You're not
Probably
worried about this door into the second story barracks?
Is it? Oh, okay. As I approach it, is it open or shut?
It is also locked.
Oh, I wasn't opening it. I just wanted to know if it was closed.
But
it's
now
a
we know.
closed door.
Yeah. No, I wasn't stopping there. Because again,
Okay.
if I open the door, that guy would see a door open, right, or something. So.
Well, now who knows? It's Schrodinger's door. It may be clocked.
No,
it may
no,
not.
you're right. Like, just assume that was supposed to happen.
Yeah.
But in theory, he's looking for his missing buddy, so
Yeah.
he might.
Do you want to go your full 40 feet though?
Yeah.
Because you got
I may
10
as
more
well.
feet. Okay, there you
Yeah,
go.
I may
You're
as
there.
well.
Okay, so you're there, and this
then,
guy's
you know,
like,
just keep my clutch up to date.
okay. So
The
heading
other
back
guard
over,
heard
yeah,
the first one fall.
yeah, heading back over to the room. Those peeking out the door can see what Ma'ak has been doing. And
Well, and
sees,
he's
yeah,
sharing his thoughts with it.
That
Do
guard
we
is
want to
guard is-
like? Do we want to push this guy over too? Like, I don't know what the play is right now. As long as he doesn't have evidence of foul play, it's not on us.
Yeah. The interesting thing I will say about that is you just murdered the only other person who can corroborate your story about the dagger.
Yeah, no, that is true.
Outside of your
I
psionics.
mean, I don't
Yeah.
really. I mean, at this point, it was more. It doesn't matter why Ma'ak did that.
Yeah. Okay.
It was
So,
more like, I
having
think
said that,
Ma'ak feels like that guy's drunkenness murdered him.
yeah. Yeah,
'Cause otherwise,
if
that
anything,
wouldn't
that was
work.
more like DM's note. I don't want to forget that you just killed the guy who can corroborate that story. So
Yeah. No, it's that's fair. But Ma'ak doesn't care because remember he's in the dagger,
Yeah.
right?
Well, it
So-
is only 10 minutes though. You can't go past 10 minutes back.
Oh,
So-
that guy didn't even have it for 10 minutes.
No. But remember, your ability allows you to see the last 10 minutes of that object's existence.
Since it was released by someone I saw, up to anyone I didn't see. So like I can still backtrack this thing.
You
I can go
can?
back to DeMezzo. I can find out who gave DeMezzo this dagger.
Oh, well,
I can
no, you can-
backtrack as long as I can see DeMezzo.
Okay,
Right?
we'll talk.
No,
we'll,
I mean,
we'll have
this
to.
thing
We'll have
is
to get
still
into
worth
the.
it.
We'll have to get into the rules lawyer over that later.
Yeah, we can
but
talk about
yeah.
it again if you want. But for the most part,
Yeah.
I can still at least prove that DeMezzo stabbed his dad with it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's
we'll,
easy enough.
We'll get back. We'll put a pin in that. So,
Yeah.
the rest of you,
Prove.
yeah.
You know, I can share memories about it.
yeah. So the rest of you, anything that you want to do, or do you still want to wait for Ma'ak to make his way down to that other door?
Even if we're gonna kill that guy, we're not gonna do it from a distance. So I think we let it play.
Confirm.
Okay, so you're gonna hold. You guys are
Yeah.
gonna hold. Okay, we're gonna jump back to. Sorry, Taylor. Let's get through this. We're gonna.
Trying.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that door. Now, what do you want to do? Okay, so let's go ahead and roll initiative. My guy's gonna get disadvantage. So just me and you, Rob.
You got it.
Oh,
not
that's
my dad.
bad.
Oh my
Seven.
god. I rolled
Did this guy beat me?
I rolled 2 19s in a row.
Wow.
That's
Okay. Yeah.
fucking weird. What did you roll?
7. I'm
Okay.
7.
So, I mean, that probably ended up with an adjusted 20. So, for a schlub guard, he's still stumbling forward. He's kind of going like side to side. So he kind of zigzags up this way, and then zigzags back down that way, and then zigzags back up like right in front of you. He's just like 10 feet in front of you. And he's like, Bamford! God damn it! Bamford! The fuck are you? You're supposed to be watching the wall. You were supposed to be giving me time to take a nap. Son of a bitch.
What do I do?
Just pass him. Pass this fucker.
What's that?
I said just go past him. Fuck it.
Yeah. All right. That's fine. If he's zigzagging, Ma'ak will basically
Advantage
fight
stealth.
defensively or dodge or
I
whatever.
mean, you can just
right?
give me
To
a stealth check with advantage.
Sure thing. That sounds fine. 19 or... Yeah, a 19. Well,
Yeah, that's fine. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. You get right to the door.
Okay. Is that door locked?
Evens odds.
It would be odd for that door to be locked.
It's locked.
Wow.
Damn it.
15.
Well,
Does Ma'ak even know what keys are?
Now,
You
I will say,
understand
give me a perception check, Mog.
All right. Let's see.
see if you hear the keys jangling on his belt.
19.
19. Yeah, you hear a dull clank, and then you look over and you can see he's got a ring of stone keys hanging loosely from his ass.
Okay.
There's just like a little hook that the ring is hanging from.
Okay.
Is there a way that...
Ma'ak, this guy's not looking at Ma'ak at all, right?
No. He's looking. He's still summoning forward, calling out for Bamford. Bamford!
All right. All right. So Ma'ak ends blind spot, right? Technically, he's visible.
Yeah.
He'll take that gold coin, and with far hand, he's got 30 feet with far hand. Hold on, let me look at it just to make sure.
I think it's 30.
Yeah. Okay, so he should be plenty, right? So he's gonna take the gold coin, basically just sort of skim it, not touching the ground, just along the ground so the guy won't see it. And he'll put it basically in front of his boot so that as he walks, the guy will kick it and basically kick it ahead of him, right? And then he'll see this gold coin, and he'll think he's the one who kicked it, right?
Give me give me a sleight of hand check for that.
Sure, that's fair.
Setup.
Let's see. Sleight of hand is a mighty 10. Not great, but...
It wasn't going to take much for this. As long as you got easy, that's good.
Okay.
So you lay it down on the ground, and he does end up, like, stepping on it. And he's so drunk that when he steps on it, and these gold coins in Athos are, like $50.
Yeah.
So when he steps on it, his foot, like, slips forward. And you hear the metallic sound of that, like, gold coin scrape across the stone of the pyramid.
Yeah.
And he grabs himself and he looks down. He's like, what the fuck is that? And he starts to return. He's like, what? And he goes,
as he steps down, as he steps towards, as he leans forward, Ma'ak, again, blind spots comes up and will try to grab those keys.
Okay.
Basically, a handful of them so they don't clink. And then try to lift them off his belt.
Are you actually, like, rushing towards him? Are
I
you
mean,
going to do this
I'm a large
physically, or are
creature.
you going to use...
All right.
You're going to do this,
that's
like,
a good
physically.
question.
Yeah.
Because if the keys are equipped, Ma'ak technically shouldn't be able to take it
No,
off.
no, no. Like I told you, they're on a little hook on the back of his belt, hanging down at his
Oh,
belt.
well then, yeah. I'll manipulate each of the keys so they don't clink at all, and pull them off the belt.
Okay.
Farhand.
Yeah, I'm not rule of cool. I'm not even gonna make you roll for any of that. So, you confounded him with your gold coin trick, and were able to, basically, as he slips and becomes completely gold fevered, are able to pull those keys off and
Okay.
get them.
There's how many keys? 3. He'll try the
There's
first one.
like
He doesn't
there's
know.
like a whole set of keys. There's like a dozen keys on this ring.
Ma'ak is smart, but he's not like mechanically smart. So like he'd probably send everyone an image of the keys, and he's like, "What do I do with these?"
What do we do with him? Is he going over the crenellation?
He picks that gold coin up. Just so you know, he picks that gold coin up and he looks at it and he was like, "Oh my god, I'm rich! I'm rich!" He starts jumping up and down, and dancing around, and
Does that buy me time while I'm blind spotting him to? I mean, I assume they're like put the key in the hole and twist it, right? I mean,
gives
he'll
you a
try
little bit of time. Gives you, yeah.
He'll try to open these doors, right? That's the goal. If not, he's gonna pitch that guy over the edge and unlock the door. Right? He'll give Desi the keys.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm wondering if, I literally said, "What are we doing about the guy? Fuck the door." Like,
Yeah.
if we're gonna kill this guy, opening the door becomes a lot easier when he's already gone.
Okay, yeah, fair point. Whatever. Then he's dancing around. He doesn't see Ma'ak, right? So
you can
Ma'ak is
hear
basically
as
just
he's
gonna-
dancing around, though. This door over here that leads into those big barracks, you can see like it starts to like rattle, like somebody's starting to open it up, and you can just hear. I won't make you roll perception for this. You can hear on the other side the muffled sound of being like, "What is all that racket out there?"
God damn it.
All right, I will come up behind this guy as silently as I can, but I'm closing the distance.
Yeah. Advantage stealth.
Okay. A 19 or a 19.
Okay, you're good.
We'll take it. Then
He
I
doesn't
will
notice.
basically, one swift motion, grab his hand that has the gold coin in it and basically say, "Fool, steal my coin!" And I'll start to wrestle with him.
Okay, give me a grapple check.
Okay.
You
How
get
do I
advantage.
do that?
Grapple is going to be athletics. And
Nat 20.
Okay. Yeah, because I rolled a 3 and you got advantage. So yeah, you're able to grab him well.
Okay.
And
Mock doesn't actually want to kill this guy. Does he let go? Ma'ak is going to act like he's going to shove him off the edge. He's basically holding him towards the crenellation, like he's going to push him off, right? And if the guy lets go of the coin, he'll let him go.
what's
Right.
that?
Just kill him.
Jesse in your mind is shouting, "Just kill him."
Let go of my coin.
And he goes, "Never, you filthy bug! Get off from me!"
Oh, I'm shoving him. Oh, I'm so shoving him. Yeah, you had your chance, dude. All right, so I mean, if I can save the coin, I will, but he's going off the edge, right?
Okay.
So
Give me an attack roll.
sure thing. Can I just get all Thrycreen on him and multi-attack him?
Yeah, you can do multiple pushes.
Yeah,
Boom,
why
boom,
not?
boom.
I get full claw
'Cause
attacks,
you,
right?
you're grappling him with 2 hands. So remember, Thrycreens grapple with 2 hands. So that means you can still do 2 attacks.
Yeah. Okay. So 11, meh, and a 9. Oh, shit. Just want to
You're like pushing him up, and he's kind of big. He's a big guy. And like he's holding his own against you. Meanwhile, that door over there is like somebody on the other side is like trying to get that thing open. And they're yelling, "What's going on out there? Shut up! We're trying to sleep out in here." Back to the hold on. Back to
sorry, you guys.
Yeah, back to the crew. Now that you know this is going down, is there anything you want to do?
Well, Mock's grappling the guy, so I can't throw him off the edge. So no.
Just an FYI, the doors here.
And say, can you believe we are not in the dungeon by now?
I can't even believe it. I can't believe I'm the one who wanted to kill a guy.
I also like how Joe, you cleared up. You were like completely blurry for a while. But the other thing that you should note is the doors open outward onto the parapet.
Interesting. So I guess in my mind I'm like
behind it and kick it shut and say, "You don't want to get involved."
You're gonna have because somebody's gonna have to sprint. Somebody's gonna have to double time it and dash and probably multiple dash because it's a ways down there.
I mean, this looks reasonable, right? It's like Ma'ak lost his coin. This guy found it. We're fighting over it.
I mean,
right?
you are, but do you have time to explain this to somebody?
No, I don't. I'm just saying.
We're in their house.
You don't have to get involved if you don't want to.
Yeah.
This is a stealth mission. If we can kill people without being seen, I'm okay with it. But if we are seen fighting people, I'm like, that's not a good. That's not a good stealth mission. So we need to not be seen and kill this man. He can't live because he's now seen you fighting for a coin, so he must now die.
I'll kill him.
Okay, that's sound logic.
I haven't done anything in a while. I'm ready to kill something.
Yeah.
But if we burn him, that can be tied to us. If Giant Thry clean...
Let us unleash the child.
I've got wrist razors, I've got an axe, I've got a knife.
It's going to be great if he has no defensive wounds and he just goes over that edge. That should be our only defense.
How about I use my spell and put a fireball in his belly?
Fire.
And
Trace back to charge.
Let me finish, Birdie. And as it's burning him up, then we shove him off the roof as he gets distracted by the heartburn.
If they investigate it all, I don't know what the CSI...
Are they going to do an autopsy on someone that splats on the ground? Really?
I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do.
Well, they already have one... There's now 2 individuals they got to clean up in the morning.
Well, we're going on 3 right about now.
We can always say that it was a suicide because they ate some of the fruit and wanted to die before they died suffering.
Yeah. Or we just say it was a good party.
It's no longer Fort Ianto, it's Fort Defenestration. Like
if 2 people don't die, your party sucks. So
yeah.
I'm all ready. Let me kill something.
Yeah, come on out.
Are we just okay? If we're going out and we're gonna fight all of the guards, then that's what we're doing. We're killing everybody in this mission spot.
Well, we're trying to get this under control, and then we'll go back to sneaking as much as we can.
The barracks are gonna open, and there's more guards in there.
Well, you don't. Okay, so just FYI. Wait.
Right?
FYI, when you were brought up here, you went through that room. That room, which is ostensibly barracks, had been partitioned off for guests. So you know that they are not guards that are trying to break out. They're guests.
All right.
Then I will go hold the fucking door closed then, and I can go as fast as I need to. How far is it?
Okay, so Geza, we'll just say that we'll start you at the door.
Yeah, you were
so
peeking
5,
at the door,
10,
right,
15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65. So you could dash easily. You could basically swoop up because you have a flying speed of 50, right?
I believe so. Let me see where that's listed.
It's either 40 or 50, so either way you could dash easily. I thought it was 50. Because you can take off. Right now, you have the ability to take off and land somewhere else 50 feet away.
I'm fairly certain that's the case. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to find it. But
Okay,
yeah.
don't worry about it. Like, I'm gonna just assume that like if you dash, you have the ability to move 100 feet. So
he had time to move before now.
So you can dash and you can land in front of that door, and then basically
Can I
push
get
yourself up
one
against
of
it.
the chairs that the guards was sleeping in and use it to wedge the door shut while Geza holds it?
You could.
I have mason's tools, so I can just. I've got like a.
So you're gonna brick them in?
Quick! I need some grout and bricks.
I've got like a trowel or something that I can just wedge.
Yeah, right. Or
Or
in that case, are
Like
there other doors?
like a python. I don't know if I have
Okay.
pythons, but I know I have mason's tools.
well, this guy has weapons on him, so we can shove one of those stone knives under the door, or something like that. We need.
Sure.
Okay. So
anyway, hold it.
let's.
Are
Okay.
you running up too?
Yeah, I'm running.
Okay. So you're
I'm
gonna
behind
dash
it. I don't
and
really
Come on,
know
Shark.
why.
Kevin.
how fast can Desi move?
I think she's 30.
30, so you can go 60.
Shit.
So 5, 10, 15,
Yep.
20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. So you're right there. You're 10 feet away. Cha'ar, anything you want to do?
Yeah, I want to run over there and kill something.
Okay, so you're 25, so you're 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Okay, so you're there. Nice, neat little line of adventurers. Okay, long story short, we're back to Ma'ak. You've got this guy grappled. He's much stronger than you expected. He's got that like drunk strength, and so what are you doing?
Do I not think like is he so much stronger that I really shouldn't try to wrestle him off the side again, or did I just roll so?
No, you just didn't anticipate like that he would be able to put up such a fight as he did. So you just got to put some more. You feel like maybe if you put more effort into it.
Okay.
Give it another shot.
Um,
Maybe.
Okay. Well, I'm going to I don't want to leave injuries on him if I can help it. So I will do psychic damage to him. He owes me a charisma saving throw DC 15, please. Or he takes 1d10 points of psychic damage from my mind thrust.
Okay,
As I basically do
give me that
psychic damage to him and then attempt to push him off the parapet.
Yeah, give it to me.
He failed, so die 10 would be 7 points of psychic damage.
Okay.
And then strength roll. What do I roll to throw a guy off a building, or defenstrate him?
Defense.
If you want to,
I mean, technically
the technical
it's not
term.
a window, but you know.
Was that?
I said technically it's not a window that you're pushing him out of.
Oh,
but,
yeah. I guess you're right.
whatever. Just give me that athletics check.
Athletics. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Ooh, here we go. A 12. Fuck. When I need to roll well, I don't.
Man.
Not that I haven't needed it before. I'm just saying.
Hold on, and that's
12.
That's an opposed roll, and yeah, he still is holding on. Like he's like, no, you're not gonna get my gold. That's my gold.
Jesus.
You bastard!
Crazy.
He's turned into a crazy 49er.
Yeah. All right. So I guess that's it, right? That's probably my action. So.
Yeah. And that's gonna I'm not even worried about initiative right now. Like we're gonna just kind of go in order of how people chose to act. So, Geza, you're in front of that door. Give me a strength check. Are you were gonna throw something down, right?
I was gonna wedge it as if I had a python, which I don't know that I have, but I do know that I have.
You have
a
Mason's
tool.
tools, which you would have a splitting wedge. So you can throw that down. So give me a sleight of hand check on that.
It's not good, Jim. It's with 10. It's 10.
10? Ah, shit. You just you throw that down on the ground and start to try to kick it up against the door. You've got your back held against it as they're like pounding on it, and you're trying to like
Can I
kick that
assist?
thing in with your foot. Yes, you could run forward and give assistance. You could roll that again, basically turning your original roll into advantage. So just give me another roll.
Okay.
Can
if you
Desi
would,
sleight of hand?
Desi can sleight of hand, right?
Because it's already on the ground, Desi can do that sleight of hand.
I just fumbled right onto the ground. How is it?
26. It was a
Okay,
natural-
yeah. Boom. You can see Geza like fumbling. You run up, and with the heel of your foot, you just kick that thing right in and wedge it under the door. At which point, like, you
And
can
then
just
I
see
look
like
it dead in the eye and I just go,
and then it is Cha'ar's turn, and you can see that Ma'ak is definitely struggling with this drunk ass. You can't get to him hand to hand, but maybe you could cast a spell if you got a little closer.
Yeah,
What you
I'll
did
do
there,
that.
Aaron. You're a bad man.
What's that?
I said, I see what you did there, Aaron.
I'm
You're a
just
bad
giving
man.
you options. I'm just letting you know what your options are.
As long as he doesn't turn to sand and disappear, I'll gladly go over there and kill him.
Yeah, tell me what you want to
that is
do.
a wound that will take time to heal, poor Char.
Yeah.
What's Char's maximum move? Where does he get to?
Oh, Char can move 25 feet forward, so it'd be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Get right there. So you are now within 5, 10, 15, 20 feet of them struggling.
Okay, can I shoot a spell?
Certainly could.
Certainly could.
Let's see.
Do you have anything that won't burn him? Probably not.
No, but who cares?
Well, the investigators tomorrow will note that his skin is charred. I'm certain of it.
Well, then we throw a torch on him after to cover it.
Hey, that's better than nothing.
It's not like it's fingerprints or anything.
That's correct.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
So can I do Agonazar Scorcher?
Yep. I mean, that has a full range of 30 feet, correct?
Yep.
That means it would probably also hit Ma'ak.
Then
Because
what
you
about
can't
flaming-
limit that.
What
That's
about
the-
Flaming Spear?
What's the flaming sphere? That
What range?
and what is the diameter of the sphere?
5 feet.
Oh, there you go. So you could target just him.
Yeah. And if we're in meta concert, can I even say to Mock, if you can flip him so you're on the bottom and the bad guy's on the top?
Do my best.
You could hold your action until Ma'ak can get him in the right position or the
Let's
most
do that.
optimum position. And you're at the end of the turn, so Ma'ak, give me an athletics check with advantage.
Okay. Cool.
To put you at the best opportunity to avoid any of this fire damage coming your way.
Okay. Cool. Advantage, you said, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Nice. A 23. I will take it. 23. Thank you.
Okay, so Ma'ak basically takes all of his all 4 of his mantis man hands, grabs hold and twists this guard around, so he's fully facing you, Cha'ar. Give me that spell roll.
Okay. I just roll. I just do Click on cast.
Well, okay. Give me just a second, because I can't remember how Flaming Sphere. If that's like one of those that automatically hits, or if they have to save.
I think it's you take damage if you end your round adjacent to it.
Yeah, because I know you've used it before.
Yeah, it's not like a fireball, and it doesn't just like burst around them. It's like a ball that you cast in an open space and then move into them or beside them or whatever, and then they just get burned by its radiance.
Yeah, hold on just a
Pretty
second,
sure.
because I actually got your character sheet here. So let me take a look at your spells.
I think you might also have firebolt and guiding bolt, maybe both.
Firebolt he has, which
I
is
got both.
yeah, because Firebolt hits a single target. But hold on, you've already decided what you're casting, and that's already been held.
It's written into D&D law.
Yes, it is. It is now law. Flaming Sphere. What level was that spell?
Second, I think.
Yeah, which is going to do a lot more damage anyway. Is it? Hold on a second. Firebolt
Kind of a
does
lame
1d10.
spell.
Firebolt does 1d10. Flaming Sphere does 1d2 or 2d6. So yeah, 5-foot sphere, unoccupied space of your choice within range, lasts for the duration. And the duration is 1 minute, so you can hold it in that. As long as Ma'ak, you can hold him there. You can hold him inside the sphere of that flaming ball.
Yeah, that's awful.
For a minute. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Is it hot enough to reduce his body to ash? Because that solves that problem right then and there.
Well, I mean, theoretically, all you need to do is just hit that cast button so that it logs your casting of it, and then bonus action. I don't think.
Is he gonna save, or what does he have to do?
Well, that's the thing. That's what I'm looking for right now, is whether there's a save. Any creature that ends its turn within 5 feet. So Ma'ak, you're going to take damage too.
Well, once the sphere is on this guy, Mott can retreat. Mott can let him go.
I'm not. If he
Ends
gets in the unoccupied spot where that guy is,
ends your turn. So you have to end your turn. Like if you end your turn within 5 feet of this sphere, you will also take this damage. Okay?
but can't. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I mean,
'Cause
it's
they're-
D&D. Technically, I'm not. I'm 10 feet away, but that's fine.
But
No,
if
you're not 10 feet away because you're holding him. So you are within
Right.
5
Or
feet.
they-
Right, but he occupies 5 feet. I occupy the 10 behind him.
But you
And the
are
sphere
within
would
5
be-
feet because you are literally connected
But-
to his.
Aaron, can't the ball
No, I
just
get
be
it. I
5
get it.
feet
It's
further
fine.
to the right so that it's only 5 feet of the opponent?
Yes, you could
It's
do that.
fine. Ma'ak will take
You
the
could
damage.
you could set it up so that the sphere occupies the space directly in front of him, so that he is within the 5-foot sphere and not Ma'ak.
Right.
So
I thought that's
Under-
what we were doing.
yeah.
But,
understand? Okay, just wanted to make sure, so that we know where it's being centered. 'Cause
In
I was
such a
I
way-
was assuming that it was being centered on him, not in front of him. Okay, so it's being centered in front of him.
Well, and if it's in front of him, Mock, when it's in front of him, you can shove him into
exactly.
Yeah,
Mhm. Yep.
yeah.
Yeah. Basically,
Is this
hold his
guy
hands
edible?
in the fire.
I mean, either way, like basically, it creates a 15-foot sphere of damage that it creates, because you center it in a space and then it's 5 feet all the way around.
Right, there's no benefit to him being centered in. It's
Yeah.
the same damage, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So being on the edge
Yep.
and everybody else
Okay.
being safe is best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ma'ak will try to avoid damage, but ultimately, it's more important that this guy die. So let's do that.
Hey, what do I need to do?
You don't
Okay,
have to do
you don't
anything.
actually have to
hit
do
the
anything.
cast
Mock
button.
just has to hold him where he is.
Do I have to roll for that, or?
Well,
does
you
this guy
already
get
rolled, so like the first round, he's already in it. Closes.
Yeah, and so Char
And so,
rolled 2d6.
Char, you cast that fire spell. And you see this eruption, this ball of fire, completely consume the area directly in front of that guard. And the heat waves overcome him. And he is going to take 2d6 points of damage on top of the damage that was already taken psychically. Yeah, and actually that's enough that guard actually starts to, I mean, he does scream out in pain. He does yell.
Wait 1 second. If this fireball was in front of him, consuming all the oxygen, he won't be able to make a noise if he's screaming.
Well, it's behind him, technically.
If it's in front of his face, he would not be able to make a noise. If the heat's that intense, it would suck the air right out of his lungs.
That's a good point. It's a good point.
Not that I've done this before.
That's a good point. Yeah, okay. So that fireball erupts in front of him. The heat expands out. You can feel the waves of it coming off, Ma'ak. And this man that you're holding, you can feel him go as he attempts to gasp. And you can just see the flesh just sort of boil off of him, and he crumples to the ground. He does not turn to ash.
Is he edible?
Perhaps. He's quite roasted. He does not turn to ash, but he is obviously third-degree burns over the entire front half of his body. As he
You want to eat him?
slumps.
You want to eat the cooked parts?
Are you muted? You might be muted. I don't know.
Sorry about that. No.
Yeah, he's not an
Maybe
elf.
later.
He's not an elf. You don't get that. You know.
Well, maybe if we make it to the dungeon, we'll find someone that wants to eat cooked humans. I don't know. Spitball.
Well, the question is, what do you want to do with this body? That is now
Fucking chop it up.
down
Chop it
on
up.
the ground.
And burn it again.
Chop it up and burn it again is not the mission at hand, though. We really need to go.
Yeah. How long does your flame sphere last, though?
I mean, you can end it whenever you feel.
Yeah, but if you keep it going, how long does it go?
I think you said a minute.
Yeah, because you can. You can move it up to 30 feet for a minute. You can keep moving it
All right,
around.
then I'm gonna keep it right directly on top of this guy for a minute. I'm gonna char him.
Mm-hmm. Let's strip him of valuables, and you can roll that over him until he's ash.
Cool.
Yep.
He got the gold piece, right?
Oh, yeah. Ma'ak will take that, and he'll give you the keys back.
Okay.
Or give you the keys.
You grab that gold piece. Other than that, he has like a pouch that has some ceramics in it. Really not worth much of your time. And then he has his Ianto issued weapons, which are a obsidian short sword, a stone dagger, and
I'll take the short sword.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Okay. And
whatever's left of him that's in big chunks, I can use my wrist razors and shred him like I'm shredding carrots or something.
And do what with the shredded meat?
like
There's
you're
nothing
shredding.
left if you're
gonna shred it,
identify.
you're taking
If we are reducing it to ash to get rid of the body, so there's no body to be found,
Okay.
it's easier to burn small chunks than big chunks.
Great. I love it.
I want to play Call of Cthulhu with Mark.
I know. I mean, like, I feel like the people inside the room are going like, "What are they cooking out there? That smells good."
Smells like bacon. Nice. So yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Ma'ak will surrender the keys to.
Let's just do this. Long story short, you get what you need from the body. You hold the sphere over it for a while. The problem is that the sphere doesn't actually burn hot enough to reduce a body to ash. So after a couple rounds, you realize you're not going to get where you need to go with this. Otherwise, like it would burn much further because I mean, like you need like 3,000 degrees to burn bones. So like
knows.
Yeah. So you
Okay,
need.
so if all the flesh is burned off him and he's bones, I'll just gather the bones and put them in a sack and take them with me. That's a lot lighter than a whole body.
Like it's gonna. Oh my God! He's carrying around a bag of bones. Okay, a burnt bag of bones.
Well, we don't want to leave a body in the hallway, and I can't make it ash. So
It's not okay. Remember, it's not a hallway. It's a parapet. It's a castle parapet. So like the other guy like already fell off the side. You've had 2 guys fall off the edge of this parapet. So you can either pick up and carry around these smoldering bones that smell like barbecue, like really distinctly smell like barbecue.
Let's kick him off the parapet.
Okay.
The bones are going overboard.
Okay.
It's fine.
They go
It's
overboard.
as fine as it's getting.
Okay.
Steel
I'm gonna
Team 6 is on it.
I'm gonna keep a femur though.
You pull a femur out, like you just kind of like grab the knob and you just. You now have like you now have like a good like base for like a new like axe or whatever you can think of, like
breathing tube, whatever.
yeah
Or
like
a soup stock.
Yeah, if there's somebody out there who likes human marrow, like I mean maybe you can sell that to them.
I'm gonna make it a fleshlight for Geza because birds have tiny thin wiener.
Little corkscrews. Okay. Having said that, long story short, you're able to use those keys to get that door open. Eventually, the people on the other side of that door just like obviously give up. They're like, fuck it. Too drunk to care. And you're able to go into the tower. Now, once you get into the tower, inside the tower, it is actually vacant, luckily. And there is a staircase leading up and leading down.
Well, we need to go down.
Okay. So, let me turn off second floor and turn back on first floor. So, as you come down to the first floor, you enter into this small room. And Geza, you remember that as you come down into the first floor of this tower, this is where the kitchen was. And again, I'm not going to make you guys play through this. After a while, you realize that the kitchen is completely vacant. They've already done their cleanup. And it is completely empty. You can make your way through over into this space, and then there's this door that leads into the barracks. It's locked, but with your keys, you're able to open it. Doesn't take much time, and then when you open that door, you look in, and you can see a barracks that is about 2/3 full of sleeping soldiers.
And
no one is awake.
And are those stairs going down or up?
This set of stairs here, in the barracks,
yeah,
those stairs go up.
But and there's no other stairs in the tower that went down.
No.
Or in the kitchen.
And what is not represented here on the map is that there is a. Yeah, this is wrong. There should be a doorway right here at the other end of the barracks that leads into the stables.
Okay, well, that's the next target.
You all are going to have to give me stealth checks with advantage to move through the room.
Well, hold on. Before we leave this room, let's search this. In theory, all we know is that the gladiators were led into the barracks, and then their trail went cold. In theory, we can pick it up again. Possibly. But is it possible that there's a hidden doorway in this room?
In the barrack? In the barracks?
In the tower.
Where we're standing right now.
Oh, in the tower. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me investigation checks, all of you. Everybody except Taylor, because you're not there. Poppy's not there.
A 23 for Mock.
That's good. It's better than my 9.
23 for
18.
Mock. 18. You're gonna have to get You're
14.
gonna have to get over a 20 at least to spot anything. So just Mock got 23. What did Char get?
14.
14. Okay, Mock. I'm just gonna say that you all search the entirety of the tower, which includes the kitchen. You find nothing. You're pretty confident that there is no secret doors or entrances anywhere in this space.
Okay.
Uh,
Are all the guards asleep?
Now inside the barrack, like I said, there is about 2/3. The beds are about 2/3 full. They're all asleep. Which is why I said if you want to move through that space or do anything there, you will be doing it with advantage on stealth checks.
Oh, I hope I rolled better than that. I didn't. I rolled the exact same roll 2 times, and woo!
Oh, Geza. I got a
That's it.
50.
That's an 8 total for Geza.
Oh my god. Okay, well, it was going to take at least an easy to succeed. So what does everybody else get?
15.
15? As long as you get over a 10, you're good.
Can I carry Geza?
Too late.
My talons are clacking on the
Mock
tiles.
at 17.
What are we rolling again?
Stealth.
So, and you roll it twice and take the better one.
Mm-hmm.
9.
What's that?
9.
Oh,
4.
shit.
A 4.
You got a 9.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Hold on a second.
We just gotta kill them all, you guys. We're just gonna kill them all. That's the plan.
Mhm.
Let me think about it for this second, because I kind of want to come down and revisit Poppy for a second.
When we're the only ones left alive, no one will suspect anything.
Everybody's burned. We've got blood all over us. You don't know what happened.
Okay, give me just a second. Let me pull up some character sheets here on D&D Beyond.
To replace us when we all die? TPK?
Yeah.
Honestly, it will probably put us in good graces with the Yanti and Demezzo. It'll probably.
I mean, it is actually probably the best thing we could do is cripple Ianto every way we can. His support is evaporating very quickly. And, if we take out the backbone of his, soldiers or whatever, I mean, then he's got nothing. What does he have?
We're definitely going against what everybody else wanted us to do.
I mean, I'd rather not just murder these people in their sleep, but I will.
I will murder them rather than be murdered by them.
Yes. And I will murder every single one of them before I would let any of you be harmed.
I'm wondering if there's a subtle thing that could be said that would when your cats do something and somebody yells, "What are you doing, you bastard?" and then they just roll back to sleep.
Yeah, we just need to throw a cat into this room and they'll assume it's the cat.
Okay, so Poppy, you're down where you are. And there's a guard that saunters on in. And you can hear him tromping up on the catwalk above you. He starts yelling down. "Wake up, you sons of bitches! You think you get to have a sleep tonight? There's a new master in Ianto, and his name's Demezzo. And if you think that you're gonna get off easy now, you got another thing coming. 'Cause it's a whole new leadership now." And he stomps all the way around the circuit of the catwalk up ahead and then like comes down. And he starts walking around. And like out in the middle of the room, like where you guys work, you know, there's all the equipment that you use to create your, to do your work. And he starts like throwing shit around. He's like, oh, this looks like one that's almost done. I wonder what would happen if I picked it up and I smashed it on the ground. And he takes an orb that's almost finished and he picks it up and he shatters it on the ground. Just shatters into a million pieces. He's like, you think they're gonna blame me? Nah, they're gonna come for you. And I know who I'm gonna blame. I'm gonna blame all of you because I saw it. I saw what you did yesterday. I saw how you took these orbs and you picked them up and you said, fuck the Mezzo, he's no good, I'm gonna break it. And he starts wandering around in front of the cells and he's looking in at you and he like there's a cell down a ways, Poppy, that you can't see and you can hear him like hock a loogie inside that cell. But I mean, like that's all you can just hear it. And you hear somebody inside, you know, grumble basically. Obviously is in a place where if they were to actually like retaliate in any way, verbal or otherwise, it'd go bad for them. Make their way down. They get to Vryn and Grain's cell and Vryn says, Han, why don't you just sleep it off? What did you fucking say to me? You little hairless ape. What the fuck did you say to me, you little fucking half man? What the fuck did you say to me? And he's like agging him on. But he's like right there and you can see him now. You can see this guard there now. Like agging on Vryn and Grain. It's like you little nothing. What was that? What'd you say to me?
Is he making enough noise that he'd wake anyone up, like outside?
Outside in what do you mean by outside?
Like any guards that are like on the other end of the catwalk, like if there's anyone else.
I mean, like you haven't seen any other guards down here tonight. Like the guard quarters are down the hall. So like the overseer lives up in his own quarter that has like a hallway that leads off. So you don't know how far off like the overseer's quarters are. So you assume that like if nobody's heard anything yet, they're not gonna hear anything. Cause he's yelling, like he's like making all kinds of rackets. He broke an obsidian orb. I mean, that made a lot of noise. If anybody else was going to show up, they would have at this point.
And he's just egging on the other guy.
Yeah, it's like he wants him to start something. And this is one of the higher guards, so he actually carries a steel dagger on his belt, in addition to his obsidian short sword, which he likes to flash all the time.
Can Poppy get their tiny hands through anything?
I mean, it's like you've always tested the bars and you can get your hands around the bars and you can get your hand out just enough where it's like up to the wrist. Past that is where the shock starts. So, up to you. What you want to do? Because Vryn's like, you're drunk, man. Just sleep it off. Don't tell me what I am. I'm not drunk. I can handle my liquor. What can you handle? Can you handle this? And he motions down to his crotch. Can you handle this, you little fuck? You handle that? Could you? I don't think you could handle anything except some balls. Some little black balls. That's all you know how to handle. Isn't it? That's all you know how to fucking handle.
At that
Piece of shit.
point, Poppy just starts laughing at the guy.
Who's that? Who's laughing? And he stumbles over. He's like, oh, you little half person. What are you laughing at? You want some of this? You want some of this?
Oh, do you think I could handle it, though?
Oh, I don't think you could fucking handle it. I don't think
you
your
don't
little
think
tiny fucking hands could handle any fucking thing that I got.
Okay. I can't handle it. But you can handle it. Right? Can you handle it?
I can handle anything. I can handle
All I hear right
fucking
now is
anything.
that Beyonce song. Can you handle this?
I can handle fucking anything. And he takes out the little steel dagger and was like, I can handle fucking anything. You want to see? You want to see what I can fucking handle? You want to see what I can fucking handle? You little baby? You little baby child? Halfling? Little baby halfling? Halfling, kids, you go fucking go. You want to eat my flesh? You want to try? You want to try to eat my fucking flesh? You want to try to nibble on my calf, you little baby? Little baby?
I am not a big fan of alcohol braised meats, so I'm gonna, abstain at this point. But if you want to wave around your little guy over there, you can just keep doing it, bud.
How about I open this fucking door? How about I open this door and then we actually go too? Did you like that?
Whose else is in my? Who exactly is around me at this point? How's everyone else feeling?
I mean, there's a bunch of other enslaved individuals. The majority of the people that are in your cell are human. They've been taken from the Warrens of Tyr. They're really shell-shocked individuals, so they're kind of like keeping their head down. They do not want to get his attention. Because this is a brutal, like at the end of the day, he's drunk, but he is brutal. And everyone's seen what his brutality looks like.
Okay.
So like they're just like, but he's like, how about I open this door? How about I open this door and we go too? You wanna?
At this point, Poppy backs off. They kind of are like, I apologize. Obviously, you can handle it. And they just kind of back away.
Okay. All right. Back to the top. Okay. You guys, you are making your way through the barracks. Unfortunately, Char and Geza, right? End up kind of tripping, clipping things, making some noise as they make their way through the barracks. So I'm going to give you a moment because when that happens, both of you kind of have a cascading moment where one trips over something, that noise ends up causing the other to trip as well.
The moment that either one of us creates any sound and I see falling occurring, I will cast silence in this space.
Okay. So, you
And
instantaneously...
what are we tripping over? Why are we suddenly so clumsy?
The beds, this space is kind of tight. The beds are packed close. Like the way that I have them described here is just kind of representational. It's actually very close. There are
So is this like a Japanese honeycomb hotel or something?
everything is very tight, and it's all like bunks too. So people are stacked on top of each other, and it seems as though a lot of these guards were also engaging in the festivities tonight. So this is not the American military. This is Dark Sun. So when they went to bed, they just kind of cast off their accoutrements onto the floor. And so it's so dark in this space. Now granted, as a dwarf, shit. You know what? I'm going to give, because it's dark, I'm going to go ahead and give Cha'ar, since you have dark vision, I'm going to go ahead and give you advantage on that stealth check. So go ahead and give me another roll. I mean, it's not going to change Geza.
Of stealth?
Yeah, on your stealth. Because it's really about how dark it is.
8.
Okay. Well, either way, when you walk into this room, it's musty, it's smoky. They obviously have lit several
here we
fires. What's that?
Geza tripped first and made you fall. That's it.
Yeah. Well,
up.
yeah, okay, there you go. It doesn't matter. It's hazy in here too because there are fires burning in the middle of the room because it's really cold now that it's the middle of the night. So there's multiple effects in play that would cause you. Either way, you trip, you cause some clattering. You hear several individuals start to come to. Like, huh?
No. We don't. No, Aaron. We don't hear that because the moment I make any sound and start a cascading fall, I cast silence, so nobody hears.
Can you do that? Can you do that as a reaction?
It's an action. I don't know.
Okay, so it will take a full action. So it will give them. So here's what we're gonna do. Roll initiative. And I'm going to roll initiative for them. And they're going to have disadvantage because they're asleep. I rolled
6
really
seconds on that cast.
Yeah.
And I rolled I rolled 21.
Okay. You beat them. Barely, because I rolled really fucking good on my disadvantage checks. So they start to go, what is on? What's going on? And then you have just enough time to cast your silence. And
then
everything
I
goes...
just look at everybody and I go eyes on we have to watch. If anybody actually sits up, we have to kill them immediately.
All right. Mock gets down as low as he can.
In meta concert.
Yeah. Well, what I will say is... what I will say is that you managed to cast that spell just in time and are able to walk through the space. And the sound that awakened people was sort of like the sound of a dreamer coming to. And then they just kind of go back to sleep. And you're able to make your way through the center of this very narrow space between these bunks to the other end of the barracks. And that door is unlocked. And you're able to enter into the stables. All of you. So we'll just get you all over here into the stables.
There couldn't possibly be a secret door under those stairs as we pass.
Well, okay. So we'll do that. So give me investigation checks for anyone.
Mock he's just looking for ways to get down. He knows they're close now.
Yeah.
Right.
The cells are really close. They're just one floor down.
Yeah.
So, sorry, you said perception?
Yeah.
Or investigation?
Investigation check.
22.
22.
21 and 22.
No.
7.
And you realize pretty quickly, the barracks just don't seem like a feasible location for such a secret entrance. The beds are too close together.
Okay.
It would just be, if they're trying to keep this a secret, this isn't the room to do it in.
Yeah, it's probably one of these stables has a false door or something.
Yeah.
So probably one on the north wall.
Okay, so you're now in the stable. Now, because of your efforts in the deserts recently, You've kind of cleared out a good deal of their stable of Erdlu and Crodlu, which would normally be stabled here. And at present, this particular hall only has 3 Erdlu stabled currently. So, and for those watching, and Taylor, since this is a Dark Sun creature, if you've ever played Final Fantasy, or you know anything about Final Fantasy, even remotely, because I've never played Final Fantasy, but I know it.
All I know about Final Fantasy is that there's a hot guy with long silver hair, right? That's Final Fantasy?
I mean, I guess. But, yeah. There are these bird-like creatures called chocobo. That is basically what the Crodlu and Erdlu are like. They are featherless, however.
Versions instead of bird versions.
Yeah, they are more dinosaur-like. They do not have feathers, but they are basically large two-legged birds that people ride. And Erdlu are the smaller version, and Crodlu are the larger. They have very large beaks. They can be incredibly dangerous because they have massive razor-sharp talons. But they do not possess feathers. They cannot fly, but they can be saddled. And so they are basically, in Dark Sun, they were the replacement for horses in this world. And so you see 3 Erdlu, which are the smaller of the type. The other thing to note about, just in general, just for future reference, Erdlu and Crodlu both possess this kind of like pouch of flesh that hangs down from their neck. And in a pinch, if you're out in the desert, you can kill your Erdlu and harvest the moisture from that pouch that hangs down from its neck to survive. Think Luke Skywalker in Empire Strikes Back with the what are those fucking animals called? The
Tauntaun.
The Tauntauns.
Tauntauns.
Yeah.
Tauntauns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So think Tauntaun in that regard. Like it has the ability to like keep you alive in a pinch in the heat of the Athasian desert. Having said that, there is a. I'm going to use these markers here. So there's an Erdlu there. There's an Erdlu there. And hey, stop. That's it. And there is an Erdlu right there.
Okay. The floor of the stables, is it dirt? Is it stone?
It's dirt.
Is it straw or something like
Dirt.
it?
It's dirt.
Okay. Maak's gonna look for tracks that would mark the dwarves or the Yuanti. Or the half-elf, if he can identify that. But he's
Survival
gonna
check?
look Yep, exactly. Ooh, ironically, I'm actually better at investigation than survival, but here we go. A 19.
I got a 24 survival.
Nice.
Oh, okay. Okay, so this is something that both of you have. Well, okay, I'll say this. Maak, you see that the majority of the tracks are leading straight through the stables. Geza,
Okay.
something that you have observed, because Geza, you were in the at the Yuanti Alcazar operation, right?
Yep.
Okay. So having seen Yuanti at this point, you picked up on something interesting that's unique to their physiology. At least for those who are purebred. and purebred are the ones who are, I don't know why they're called purebred. Man, it's just what it is. But the purebred
Pure
Yuan
blood,
Ti,
but yeah,
or the
it still
pure
doesn't make
blood,
sense.
yeah, they're the ones who look the most humanoid. The thing is, like, what you recognized about them when you were there, and then were able to corroborate with Yili, is that the Yanti pureblood, their feet are not like other humanoids. They have a basic foot, but instead of 5 toes, they have 2. And you distinctly see the impression of a 2-toed foot walking along the dirt in this stable. And that leads all the way through the space. And then let's actually turn Krakaus off because he's not down here. That leads all the way through the space and then turns down.
Okay.
So if there was in fact a secret chamber in here, Yili did not go into it.
Well, I'll just lead us down Yuli's path specifically, and we'll see where that goes.
Okay.
We can get past it or
Give me
without getting attacked, right?
Somebody want to give me animal handling to keep the Erdlu calm as you walk by?
Desi,
Oh,
sure.
I have animal handling.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're like the Erdlu whisperer.
I have a +5 to animal handle. I don't know if
I
that's...
have a +2.
I got a +6.
Yours is better.
If I was there, I would have rolled a 27. Just letting everyone know.
Oh,
I like that idea. Like, since you're still not connected, I like the idea that you roll and
24.
just keep saying like, "Oh, by the way, if I was there, I would have done this."
Definitely do that. Definitely do that.
I totally would have saved the day if I was there.
I got a 24 and she got a 15.
Holy shit! Okay, well, Desi is just kind of off her game right now, but Geza, you're able to. Well, it makes sense because Geza Akos, being a Aarakocra Silver Rock bird person, you are able to calm. You are able to calm the Erdlu, your non-sentient brethren, and you're able to make your way down through. And I'm not going to even make you roll for it, Geza, because you rolled really well. But you see those footprints of the Yanti come down through this area and then turn directly north and go through the doorway that leads into that tower.
To the tower, I said on mute.
Okay, yeah. We're getting a little bit of feedback, so just make sure that you mute while you're not talking. And then, yeah, and that door is unlocked. Who's going to open that door? You test it, and you feel that it's unlocked. Okay, Geza.
Yeah, I'm ready up there, leading the path. I'll open the door.
Give me a stealth check.
Okay.
How long did that silence last?
Oh, we're out of the zone. It's
You couldn't have cast it on yourself?
No, it's on a space.
Oh.
Yeah. But I got a 22.
22. Okay. You open the door and you look in, or you just crack the door open, and you see that there's a guard there, there's a guard there, and there's a guard here. And they're all shooting the shit. And they're passing a wineskin around. Or actually, not a wineskin, they're actually passing a full fucking clay amphora around. Like a jug of wine with 2 handles that they're like drinking from. And their fronts are like completely saturated in wine stain from where it spills when they drink from it. And they're trashed.
Wait a minute. Question, actually. Rob brought up an interesting point. you can center the spell on a point you choose. So that point could be an object you're carrying, right?
It could be a object you're carrying. It could be your nose. It could be a post. It could be
Wait, your
a
nose,
sign.
literally? You can cast it on
A
your nose?
point that you choose.
Oh. So it wasn't spatial. I didn't say where I cast it before. Can we just say it's on me? Because we were.
I'll let you retcon that. That's the last time. I'll let you retcon that just because you don't.
Sorry, that's only the first time I've used it. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Rob and DM, for being gracious.
Well, I'm being gracious because I just want to get you connected to Taylor tonight.
Right. Here's the thing. As we approach, before I open that door, those guys can't hear each other talking.
Oh, shit.
Oh, because it's 30 feet, right?
Yeah,
wait,
it's 40 feet from my nose.
Oh, I thought it was a 20-foot radius.
20-foot radius, my bad. Sorry.
Okay, so it's 5, 10, 15, 20. So when you open the door, this dude right here, the closest one to you that's leaning against the wall, he passes the amphora over, and it looks like he's saying something to the other individuals, like probably, like, here you go. But when he says something, his voice is completely blanked out. And he does this, he goes...
Do we want to rush past them?
Well, I don't think we can rush past them, really.
We can if we're invisible.
Oh, this guy! Look at this guy with the brain.
Okay.
And
while all
I'm
that
just
is going on, Aaron, and they're freaking out and stuff, I will use obscure, and I will make myself and my clutch mates invisible for the next minute, and we will rush through to that doorway.
But we don't just rush through.
Well, which doorway? Because there are three doorways. What? There's 3 doorways. So there's this doorway.
As you can lead. I don't care. Where do you?
There's 1, 2, 3. There's 3 doorways.
And we've never been in this tower before?
We walked through it, but we didn't go in either of the side rooms.
Yeah. I mean, you do know that you do know that door at the other end leads up to the second story, which is obviously not the direction you want to go. But there's these other 2 doorways that lead off to rooms on the side.
The one that has
are there 2-toed tracks from in the mud going to any 3 of those doors, Aaron?
I'll give you investigation with advantage since you know what to look for.
Okay.
Investigation, not survival this time?
No.
I'll take investigation. That's fine.
At this point, it's definitely investigation.
Especially when I roll in that 20.
Oh, shit.
Oh, okay.
28.
That blue pig.
Well, nobody else is going to outdo that, probably. You see that there's only just the faintest hint of those footfalls left. Because these guards have obviously been milling around, shooting this shit, probably playing dice and shit. But you see a couple footfalls that lead distinctly to this first door on the right.
Okay.
As we proceed through that door, I guess I can take the rear. Somebody at the rear has to be looking at them as we go through the door.
Right. And it should be you because you're the quietest.
Center point of silence.
Exactly. So
I mean, I will say, like, first. So wait, you're going to do obscure on them, right?
I'm obscuring the clutch, and we have a minute to get from this door to that door.
Which also means that the silence is going to drop.
No, because it's 20 feet. They're screaming, and they can't be heard, right?
But didn't you say that the obscure will...
The casting order had to be, if I cast silence first, then it wouldn't disrupt his spell. It was if anything's cast on them after.
Okay.
Right. There you go.
Okay. All right.
So we stacked it in the right way accidentally.
I'll go with it. I'll go with it. I'll go with it.
But also the way we discussed obscure, it was making them look away rather than not just seeing us. So I'm assuming that means they won't see us opening or passing through the door.
I will say, like, just as an aside, that's an interesting question. Like, if you have multiple spellcasters in a group and they have effects stacking that otherwise would negate each other, how does that work? Not going to get into it now, but I will assume, like, real cool, like, you keep things silent. So as you move into the room, that sphere of silence expands, and the other two guards who were like, "What's wrong with you, you son of a bitch?" Like, what? I don't understand the words you're saying. And then as you move into the room, suddenly they go, "I don't under."
We probably all thought they went deaf. But
Yeah, I mean, they're so distracted, they're not even going to look at the door.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then before you know it, the three of them are just like yelling frantically at each other, trying to be heard, and the group of you just sneak right past, and you all end up in this room.
nice.
And then,
Was that door locked or no?
No, it wasn't locked.
Okay.
well, that's a pleasure.
Yeah.
That's great.
And
Okay,
and you
we'll
can
shut
you
the door
can
behind
you can
us so that it should.
well, you don't even, like, you can just like throw the door shut behind you because they're so engaged in what they're doing and they can't hear anything that you're good to go.
And they
However,
won't be able to hear anything until we move down, I'm hoping. There's a staircase, hopefully.
well,
Yeah.
yeah, but remember
look.
it's a 20-foot sphere, so as soon as Geza moves into the room and you close the door and you move a little bit further, there's one guard who goes, "You can hear me, right? Can't you? Wait, what? I can hear myself now. What? Can't you hear me?" And he's like, yeah, and there's just like that one person is just screaming at the other two, like trying to
Nice
get them
work,
to
Geza.
hear him. Now give me investigation checks to try to find the hidden door.
I'm not going to do it. That's 15 from Geza.
Only a 13 from Mohawk.
Wow.
Because he is not even paying attention.
Desi needs to roll an investigation check, actually.
He did. It was
R2,
just so
please.
substantial that
Somebody
you
will find
didn't
it.
see
Oh my
Oh, no.
god. Oh my
Char got a
god.
9. Char got a 9.
I know, you're all fucking shitting the bed right now.
Good thing I got that 20 early on when we needed, what was it, to like
Wait,
open a
what
box
was
of crackers?
Desi's roll? Because right now, all of you have shit the bed.
I rolled it.
Oh,
what
I
was it?
got a 10.
Oh my
So
god.
15 was our high point. Do I
13?
not?
13's not terrible.
No, 15.
It's
1-5.
it's terrible enough. So you are all
Yeah.
standing in this 15-foot by 15-foot room. That is basically an armory. There are weapons in racks around the room for the guards. Nothing. I mean, it's obsidian short swords. There's stone daggers. I mean, you're just standard Athasian fare. There's some leather armor on racks as well. And then there's a couple barrels that have, food goods in them. And you've all looked and you're like, well, now what?
There's no footsteps leading into a thing.
Well, that was part of the investigation check. The problem is once you entered into this room, the floor is covered in flagstones.
I don't know. Do we have to use a signpost or a bead of some kind?
Hold on.
Can't we just pick out all the flagstones and see if any of them come up? That's
They might have they might be like hinged.
That's what Flagstone is for, is trapdoors.
Now the question is, with your silence,
Every
Geza,
artifact.
does that mean that the group of you also can't verbally speak to each other?
We can't verbally, but meta concert we are.
Yeah, okay. Just make sure that it's still.
Yeah, none of us can
communication.
make or hear anything.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay.
And meaning nobody can cast a spell that requires a vocal component either.
Yeah.
All right. Ma'ak will turn to the door handle, our side of the door handle,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And he'll use psychometric touch on it and see the last 10 minutes of the last person who touched it, right? Who probably either came in or possibly, maybe not. We'll see. But it's possible that the last person to use the door came out of a secret door to do so, or left through a secret door after shutting the door. That's Ma'ak's hope.
Fingers crossed.
Oh, and so you would be able to
Another
see
3
through
points?
that door.
Yeah, from the handle's perspective into the room.
Right, exactly.
Okay. I like this. I'm not gonna do evens and odds. Do it.
I did. I spent my 3 points.
Did it. Done did
Okay.
that.
Last 10 minutes of since the last person who I cannot see touched it.
All right.
Right. So Geza touched the door. He's in the room. He doesn't count.
This is clever. Draw a karma bead.
Oh, thank you. Well, I actually can't put it anywhere.
Doesn't matter.
unless
You
we're
can
using
you can just draw it and leave it out of play. It gets you
Yeah.
closer.
No,
to
I want
leveling.
us to level up. So
Yeah.
I'll
Draw the bead. Draw the bead.
draw. What am I? Go ahead, and draw it. I don't know.
Okay.
I
Yeah, I
can't
don't
put
know
it
what I'm
anywhere,
doing.
so-
I don't know what I was doing. I was just standing there like for effect. So yeah, so that and it was a blue karma
Yay!
bead that got
Nice.
and that's
Excellent.
just gonna go. I don't know where to put you.
Swallow
blue
it.
karma
Swallow
bead.
it. There you go.
Good. Okay. You put your hand upon the latch of that door and then hope and pray someone in the last 10 minutes came through this room and went
No.
below.
The last 10 minutes of the last person who touched it who isn't us.
Wait, is that how it works?
All right, so let's pretend that DeMezzo was the
Yeah.
last person to use the secret door in this room. He
Uh-huh.
came out of the secret room, he opened the door and left, right? Okay, fine. Ma'ak touches the door, and then he sees 9 minutes of this room, and
No, I get
the
it.
last minute.
Is that how it specifically works? Is that it will tell you the last 10 minutes of the last person
Here, I'll read it again, man.
to touch this object?
Here it is. Psychometric touch. You learn a fact about the object. Choose one of the objects. Choose one of these. So I want a vision of the last time the object was touched by someone other than you or creatures you can see.
Okay.
The vision is from the perspective of the object, as if it could see as well as a human in any direction you choose, and lasts 10 minutes, at the end of which the item was let go. Right? So DeMezzo lets
Okay.
go, and that's it. So 10 minutes before that, what did I see in this room?
Yeah. Okay. So it would be the last time that someone touched this door.
Right. And it
Before
could
you.
be a guard came in and got a sword and left. That's possible too. Right? So
Yeah. Okay. So because I am a benevolent DM and I want to move this forward and once again connect you with Taylor. Hold on just a second. Let's see if there's a spell effect that fits this. And it doesn't look like I have anything loaded. Okay, so you touch that door handle. The rest of you see Ma'ak, this, large mantis man, go over and he calmly puts the 3 fingered palm of his hand, one of his hands, upon that latch. And you see his antennae start to twitch, and his mandibles start to clack in a rhythmic way. The little black dots in his eyes start to move in different directions. One of them finally turns, and you see his head just kind of click, click, click around, and you see one eye move over to the other side in the corner of the room. And then Rob, Ma'ak, as you touch that handle, you see Yili, the last individual to have walked through that space. The door shuts behind her, and then the perspective shifts into the room. And one of the guards walks over, and there's racks. Like I said, there's weapon racks and armor racks all the way around the room. The racks themselves are in tiers. There's a base tier that has like long swords and axes and spears and staves. And then there's a higher tier up on the wall where there are implements that are kind of like on placards, like the kind of like you would see displayed in grand houses, like just as, you know, like show. Above you, on the south wall, there's a placard that has 12 obsidian longswords arrayed in a circle. And a guard walks over, and that's the point at which that guard turns around and looks to the group and says, "Shroud them." And then suddenly you're seeing, because the idea, right, is you're seeing through the object or through the person. You're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, no, sorry. From the perspective of the doorknob. So I'm basically a
Doorknob.
fly on the wall.
Okay. So
Yeah.
You see the guard turn around, shroud them, and the other guards throw cloths over Yili, Vryn, Grain, and Domichelle. They are, not only that, you get a sense of the brutality of these guards, because once that cloth is over them, there's a guard for each of them. And when that shroud is taken over them, suddenly the guards rush up, grab the shroud, tighten it down, and strap it and tighten it around their neck. And you can hear them gasping for air. And while they're gasping for air, one of the guards goes over, grabs the tip of an obsidian longsword, and turns it just slightly. And when that turns, you can see in the floor, there's a flagstone that goes click, and it just raises slightly, and then they walk over and they take out their stone dagger, they stick it under, lift it, and then pry it up. And there is a ladder that leads down. And then you see they're still like shrouded and choking, and they force them down the ladder. Yili is the first one to go. She's able to climb. Domichelle is forced over. She manages to grab hold of the ladder before she falls, but the two dwarves are kicked and they fall down.
How far? Can I tell? Like,
10 feet.
How far? Or
10
do I hear a
feet.
thump?
You hear a thump. I mean, like, from where you are, you just see them fall, and there's a moment, like, I'll just say, like, it sounds like about somebody falling about 10 feet down. You can hear them tumble, clatter, 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 thunk, and then, like, and then the guards climb down. And that's about the time
guards go down too?
Yeah.
Okay. Do they shut the door after?
Yeah.
Afterwards,
Afterwards, there's one guard left, and he puts the flagstone back down in place, and then hops up and down on it to click it back into place.
Okay. So he's actually the last person to touch the door knob because he leaves through the door then. Okay, that makes sense. All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. No, because this is the last 10 minutes, and then boom, he shuts the door, and then boom, this scene ends.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
So, Moak will do his best to share that memory.
And you look up and you see that array of obsidian longswords up on the wall, inside this shield array.
Draws his chachkachas and readies his gifka, pulls that from his back.
Okay.
There are 3 guards at least down there still. No one else touched the doorknob.
All right. Twist that obsidian, baby.
Okay. Click. You can see a flagstone on the floor just slightly raise up about a half an inch.
Pry it open.
Pry it open. Lift it up. And there you see the ladder that leads down into the subterranean chamber.
Down we go.
Okie doke. So,
Can Ma'at climb that ladder?
it's like a 5-foot opening, so you could maybe squeeze yourself down there.
All right,
I'll
go
doing.
last then. Yeah, everybody else can go first, and I'll follow up in the rear.
And where are you? There we go. Okay. All right. So, heading back, let me turn, because these guards are not actually where they are. Okay. Turn all these guards off. Okay. Okay, doke. So you can come down, and at the bottom of that shaft, it leads off in one direction to the north, and you can see about 15 feet ahead it turns to the left.
Do we see light coming around that corner? Or are we gonna...
Very faint light is casting on the wall ahead of you.
Ma'ak has a suspicion. Does it smell like snake down here?
What does snake smell like?
You ever been in a reptile house at a zoo?
Man, it's been so long. I kind of vaguely
It's
understand
musky.
what you're saying.
It's unique. There's nothing like that smell.
Okay, give me a nature check.
Okay, that sounds fair.
It
21.
does. It smells like snake. It smells not exactly like the Yanti caverns, but similar.
Mm. Well, they don't have silkworms here, hopefully. All right, my friends.
Desi, do you want to take point just ahead of my silence, so that if there's anything to hear that we're walking into, we have that sense through Meta Concert as well?
Do I have better hearing than anybody else?
No one can hear anything that's within 20 feet of me.
Sure, yeah, I'll go ahead.
Okay. So Desi's going to go point. So you need to be basically there. Now, as you turn that corner, Desi, give me an investigation check.
Oh, I'm so good at that. Oh, 13.
13.
Right.
Well, you can see directly in front of you there's a window opening. It's dark on the inside.
Well, share that with
You have
me.
dark vision, though, don't you?
Yeah, just like 30 feet, I think, for half elves. So you're fine. But what I'm saying, like, you see a dark opening, and you see that the tunnel that you're in, it's very rough hewn. The tunnel turns to the left at a 45-degree angle. And that window is right there directly in front of you where that hallway turns. Do you have dark vision? As an
Let's
Athasian
solve that.
half-elf? Because I can't
couldn't
remember if
find it
Athasian
on
half-elves
sheets.
have it or not.
What's in features and traits?
Yeah, it would be
No.
in your racial features.
That'd be features. Racial traits. Dark vision. You can see in darkness up to 60 feet.
Okay.
Woo!
Okay,
Nice.
so you can see into that window. There's a person in there asleep up against the wall like this. Basically back inside that window, back there like this.
How far back?
Only about 5 feet past the window. There it is.
Okay, great.
Let's go stealthy. Or do we kill him?
No,
Now,
we can
as
tell.
you move further close, you suddenly realize that directly to your left, on the side of the hallway, is another window opening. You turn to your left. Give me a perception check on that one. What was that?
8.
8. As you're moving forward, you're so intent on that. Oh shit, we just lost Mark.
Oh, we lost Mark.
No, he said he had to leave. He warned you like 20 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. So we lost Mark. Okay. Well, Mark will. Okay. It's fine. As we move forward, and we'll wrap up here real soon. You turn to the right, and you can see there's another guard post, but it is empty, luckily. And there's a moment, I'm not going to make you roll for it, but there's a moment where you almost gasp from that darkness. Now, just so we can make a long story short, I'm going to say let's all fast forward just a tad. You're able to sneak your way past this sleeping guard. And what happens is you end up moving your way into this subterranean room. And when you approach the doorway, you can see that it opens up into a room that is, what is that? About 30 feet by perhaps 80 feet long. It's hard to tell in the gloom of this space. There are just a handful of torches lit around the space. In the middle, you can see this entire craftsman workshop with tables, and there's obsidian shards and objects everywhere, and tools for crafting obsidian. The heat down here is swelteringly hot. It's stifling. And as you peek around the corner, you can see that all the way around the perimeter of this room, there are cells. On the east, south, and west walls. The north wall of this room is completely blank. And then, as you look up, you can see there's a catwalk that goes the entire way around the upper perimeter of the second floor, where guards can ostensibly observe the work happening below. And then there's a single bridge that crosses the top. Hold on. There's a single bridge that crosses the top, and a stairway that leads up to the catwalk on the opposite side. Inside all of the cells, of which there are several, there are many, you can see that they are crammed with individuals.
So Desi's gonna be at the front, just 20 feet away from me. Char would be behind her, but within the cone of silence. And then I think Ma'ak is at the back because he was in a tight space.
Yeah, that makes more sense. That Ma'ak would take the rear in this point. I can also do things past you, and I can throw my tchotchkes if I need to.
Yeah.
That's guard one. Should we finish him before we move on?
Yeah. Well, hold on. Who's the one who would have inspected that space? Would it have been Desi?
Yeah, the only one who could have been this.
Wait. The catwalk area?
Just whoever walked up to this entrance that
That's Desi.
leads Desi. Okay. Poppy, give me a perception check. I'll give you advantage since you're on high alert.
But Desi is stealthing also.
What was Desi's stealth check before?
Oh, I haven't rolled one in a while.
But what was the one that you rolled last? Because that's the one you'd be using. Was it
It would
19?
be 8. I haven't stealthed.
So give me okay. Then let's just
roll stealth.
let's just do it then. Give me a stealth check. Give me a stealth check versus Poppy's perception with advantage. So you give me a stealth.
I don't understand how to use D&D Beyond yet, so I'm just gonna roll.
Yeah, it does.
Oh, I rolled a nat 20.
Oh shit.
Ooh,
Okay.
Nice.
What's your perception?
My perception is +5.
Okay, so 25 versus Desi's.
23. She wins.
Oh shit, that was close. Yeah, so Poppy, you're there. You have yet to fall asleep.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just waiting. And like at this point you also like you get a sense at this point that like everybody else, even Vryn and Grain, Yeely, Don Michelle, all of the other prisoners, the ones that you're shackled with, everybody has fallen asleep, but you're still on high alert because you're like, shit's popping off tonight, and you don't know like what to expect, and it's just too exciting. There's too much potential here, and you're sitting there, and you're close to like you're in the cell, one of the cells closest to that main entryway that leads into the pit, and you're just sitting there, just staring through the bars, like just waiting, and then suddenly you just see a little face of a woman peek around and look your way.
Immediately, as quietly as they can, they scoot back over and try to rouse the dwarves. Vin and Grain.
What do they say?
They just go, "Psst, was there a human with the adventurers? Is a pretty lady? Was there a pretty lady with the adventurers? Wake up!"
It takes a bit, but eventually Grain, the other brother, wakes up. Poppy, what are you talking about? Trying to sleep.
I saw someone. I saw someone that wasn't a guard.
When Desi, when you hear this conversation happening, what do you do?
Probably. Shh, stupid.
Oh, do you actually say that out loud?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You say this and Grain responds, and then you hear someone go, "Shh, stupid," and then Grain goes, "Desi."
Shh, stupid.
Desi. And then you both hear Grain go like and start smacking someone next to him, and then you hear another person wake up, go, Grain, what? Let me be. Let me have one last night of peace before I'm tortured to death. Shh! Shut up, brother. Desi, it's Desi. They've come for us. And I think that's where we call it for tonight. So hold on a second. Okay, so I think that's where we should call it for tonight. So I think at this point, unfortunately, Mark had to sign off a little bit early, but we do need to draw karma beads. So let's get on to it. I already talked about what karma beads do, so we're going to start with Rob. Where do you want your
Again, I have
karma
nowhere to
bead to
place
go?
them, right? So
Yeah, so real quick, just again, which one is Rob's? That's okay, here we go.
I should be full up.
Yep, you're
at
full
this
up. I think at this point... Oh, you didn't use inspiration. You did not use
No.
signposts. You didn't use... campaign is... actually, wait, hold on, no. Campaign is empty. Because...
Oh, that's right, because you cast
because
that in
all
last time.
of this that's been happening at Fort Ianto has been the result of your campaign.
Right. So actually, you should put my blue bead from before in there too. So I have 2 in campaign.
Correct. So where did I put that blue bead? I put it somewhere.
You ate it.
Yeah, I ate it, but I also put it somewhere.
In your stomach.
Jesus Christ. Oh, there it is. I actually found it. Okay. So Rob, your bee's gonna go into campaign, and then the other one's gonna go into campaign, and that is a black bead.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Okay. And then we're going to jump to Emily. Where would you like your bead to go? Just as a reminder, currently you have 1 in inspiration and 2 in arc. So you could put it in campaign, inspiration, or your character arc.
Character arc.
Okay. That's gonna open that shit up. So looks like your brother's gonna show up soon. It's gonna be blue.
Nice.
All right. Joe, where would you like your arc bead to go? And just as a reminder, currently you are full up in inspiration but have nothing in arc. So you could do it in character arc or campaign.
I'm muted again. Yeah. Let's do it. Campaign.
Okay. So campaign. This is actually a good time to put your beads into campaign because of reasons.
I knew there was more blues, so I was like,
Mhm.
let's just usher some blue in.
Right.
All right. Okay. So Mark's out, so we will draw Mark's bead at the. Please remind me to draw
does
Mark's.
he
Doesn't he
room?
have to put it in campaign too?
Oh,
isn't he
let's
both?
see where Mark is because he might not actually have a choice. Nope. Mark could either put it in arc or campaign.
Okay.
So we will wait. We will wait. Now, what I will do is I will take Mark's bead, and this will get banked.
Okay.
I'm going to leave it in here, but it's banked. That means that this one is used. So that means there's one bead left, which means you guys are going to level up.
Nice.
Because Taylor, where would you like your bead to go?
I'm
You
gonna
are
put my first bead into arc.
Nice.
into arc. Wait, why does Krakaus have a bead in inspiration?
Unused previously?
Krakaus had a bead in inspiration. That should not have been. Doesn't matter. That's going to go away. And we're good.
Oh, you
And
put
there's-
that one up your nose. Cool.
Yeah, I will do that. Okay, it's right up my nose. It's not coming out. But there were only 2 blue beads left, so you're going to put yours into character arc,
Yes.
and you are on your way to being a full-fledged Dungeons and Dragons Adventure Hook Dark Sun character. And that's going right there. And meanwhile, I need to actually extract this bead out of my nose.
Wait, did you actually put it in your nose?
Yeah.
He actually did.
Yeah, I did. I got it out. Okay.
Oh, thank God.
Flashbacks to grape.
And okay, so that actually means that we did actually end up leveling up because Rob, you got that one inspiration that took you like right to the edge. So
Nice.
So yeah,
That
so
was
next
cool.
time
And we didn't have to use our
Yeah.
signpost or
So,
anything.
I would say before next time, if you could, please go into D&D Beyond and level your characters up to 6th level. And we will be on our way now. Having said that, because we're trying to get all official and shit, thank you for joining us here in the Wanderer's Tent as we continue to follow the harrowing exploits of our clutch of heroes in Dark Sun, Fire, and Sand. Once again, I'm Aaron Campbell, and when I'm not here in the tent, you can find me on Instagram. I am at Aaron Campbell Arts. You can also find me on Hive, the brand new awesome social media platform that will hopefully destroy Twitter eventually. I'm simply Aaron Campbell. And you can also catch up with me, follow me on my Patreon page, which is also Aaron Campbell Arts. Meanwhile, where can we find everybody else, Rob?
I'm not particularly active on social medias, but you can find me on Facebook or on Twitter at the Reliquum, RELIQUUM, and you can find that. Or technically, you can find my YouTube page where there's some of my lectures as well as some other gaming related stuff.
Yeah, if you're at all interested in the occult arts, I highly recommend you look at Rob's feeds because they're incredibly interesting. Emily, where can we find you when you're not gaming?
Don't worry about it. Don't look for me. I'll find it.
Don't Emily don't want no simps. Joe.
I don't want no simps. The only social media that I even look at, though I don't really post, is Josephus on Instagram, and it's spelled weird, so let me turn off this virtual background, because good luck ever finding it.
We'll put all of this in the show notes. For anybody who
Cool.
wants to be found, we will put all of this in the show notes.
There we go.
There you go.
There it is. That's me.
Josephus.
There's me with a puppet. Also, joenabi.com. If you want to look at puppetry things, that's where that happened.
And Taylor,
And
where
Joe's
can we
puppets are
find
awesome.
you when you're not gaming on Dark Sun?
You can find me on most social media platforms at the Win Kitty. It is the opposite of a fail puppy. But it's just gonna be pictures of my cats and me talking about our flag means death. So
that's what most people. That's what most people want. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's top tier content. So.
Yeah, top tier content.
Oh yeah, if you guys want to hear about how much I love hizzy hands, then hit me up on Twitter. But
I will say, like, Emily likes to be shy, but Emily is also an incredibly accomplished actress. So,
can't we see you on the stage currently, or is that over?
Oh no, that's over for now.
Oh, okay.
Well, Shakespeare, because you were doing the Shakespeare, you went to Ohio to take part in a Shakespearean festival, correct? Recently?
Cincinnati Shakespeare.
Cincinnati.
Yeah. Yeah, which is Ohio, right? Cincinnati was in Ohio, right?
True.
I left the Midwest a long time ago, but I still believe I understand the basic.
Well, a lot's changed.
Cincinnati no longer in Ohio.
Yeah. Okay, so finally, I'd like to thank Sirenscapes for providing the awesome soundtrack and effects that you hear currently playing right now. And if you want to know more about like our resources, like what we're using to update Dark Sun for 5th edition, just look at that in our show notes. We've already talked about Kornberg, right, Rob? Kornberg, which is
Kornberg.
Yeah, the Kornberg Chronicles, which is what we use, which is a supplement. If you're at all familiar with GM Binder, check that out. It's part of the Drive-Thru RPGs, like network. And Kornberg Chronicles was a psionics supplement created for Eberron, which we have been using to adopt for Dark Sun. And so until next time, may you find shade at midday and water in every well. This has been Dark Sun, Fire and Sand. Stay tuned because we're going to take a quick break, and anybody who wants to stay on afterwards, we're going to do some post-show wrap-up for about an hour and 500 million years. No, for like 30 minutes or so. Okay, so yeah, once again, thanks for playing with us. We'll see you next time, and okay. Okay, so yeah, welcome to Dark Sun, Darker Talk. The after show.
Talking dark.
Talking dark. I don't know. You know, whatever.
Talking sand?
Wherever the cool kids do these days.
Not this.
Yeah.
How about I don't know, dark sunset, something like
Dark
that.
Sun. I like dark.
I like that.
Dark Sun, Darker Talk. Like that's. You know,
Oh yeah.
Darker talk.
That's what I said. That's the
Sounds so
first
dirty.
thing I said was Dark Sun, Darker Talk.
Yeah.
All right,
Dark
whatever you want
sun-
to call it, man. I don't care.
What about Dark Sun after midnight? You know?
Wait, say that again?
Dark Sun after midnight.
Oh yeah. Wait, what was the
Or Dark Sun nights.
Yeah.
Dark
Up
Sun
all
Nights?
night.
What was the USA Up All Night?
Up all night.
Yeah.
Like what was that? Like there was the I guess it could be like Dark Sun Up All Night.
Yeah.
We just need a pour one out for Gilbert Godfrey. There'll never be.
Oh
another.
yeah, he died.
Yeah.
That's a loss. That's a real loss for humanity.
Yeah, it's a real loss. It's a true loss. He was
What a weird fucker he was.
it's a weird
Yeah,
fucker.
for sure.
Like Gilbert Godfrey was one of those guys who was like seemed like he should have been a scumbag but wasn't.
But was a good guy.
Yeah,
Just a really
he was a good guy. He was
funny,
just like a
dark
weirdo. Like just kind of a weird little dorky guy who told very like, off-color jokes. His joke about the one which I think I tried to do in game at some point. I don't think it was in this game. It may have been like home game. But his the aristocrats.
Oh yeah,
joke?
you can't do that joke. You did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody can do that joke. It's utterly unique to
Apparently,
him.
he and Bob Saget are the two legends of telling
Yeah.
that joke.
Yeah. I mean, I've watched a bunch of versions of Gilbert Godfrey doing that joke, and I can't get enough of it. It's fucking incredible.
That movie is great. I really like it.
So, actually, let me figure out. This is one of the things that I have to figure out for the game, is how I can juggle the screens that I have open.
Oh, you
telling
need another
me-
monitor. You need another monitor to do it properly.
Well, I have 2 monitors currently. I think I need
Oh.
3 monitors
Holy
to do this
shit,
properly.
What a life you're living.
Well, because I have my tablet, so like for those watching, like, I'm a comic book artist, so like I have like an actual tablet that I can draw on. That's my Huion. That's over here. And that's where I have OBS up and running. It's also where I have my Photoshop map up and running. And then it's also where, here you are, Sirenscape. Oh, wait. Oh, finally it works. Like as I was like at the beginning of the game, I could not get Sirenscapes to like actually stop playing when I hit the stop play button. But I just hit the stop play button and it worked. So I have Sirenscapes over here. This is also where I have Twitch running in the background. So I can just check the stream. It's where I have Photoshop running. It's where I have OBS running. And the problem is, because of the way that I have basically laid out our OBS, I have, and you guys saw it, so I have like a big block because there's 6 of us now. So I have a big block on the left-hand side that has 2 columns of 3 individuals on the left-hand side, and then I have the map on the right-hand side above the Adventure Hook logo. The problem is, if I'm going to actually play where I'm speaking to you and not speaking to this monitor that looks, and it looks fucking weird, like it doesn't make sense. If I'm going to look at you, that means that I have to have this floating Zoom screen over here on my MacBook Pro, and that's here. And the problem is, with Zoom running, it defaults to the front. That means that no matter what window I have open over here in front of me, it sits behind the Zoom window. So anything that I need to read to you guys, like my intro, outro, I have to put it over here on this screen so that I can actually read it, because otherwise it's behind the Zoom screen.
So right click on your Zoom meeting, the bar at the top that says Zoom meeting, right click on that. Or whatever, click if you're on a whatever options or whatever that shows you.
What do you
the
mean?
Move, it'll say move, size, minimize, maximize, close, and keep on top.
The
You're
more?
gonna want to uncheck keep on top. So are you on an Apple or are you on a
Apple.
PC?
Apple.
So on Apple, it's going to be one of those option-y things. Like I can tell you about my experience on a PC. I can right-click on the top of the window, and it gives me the move, size, minimize, maximize, and keep on top. Keep on top is what is happening to you, and you need to turn that off. But I don't know where you find that option on an Apple. Because they're needlessly different.
I'll have to look this up because I can't find it right now.
But you should be able to turn off keep on top for what it's worth.
Okay, I'll file that away so that I can figure that out between now and next time, so that I can make sure that it doesn't do that.
And that's something I know how to do, but now I need your help doing something that you know how to do, which is level up a character on D&D Beyond.
Oh, okay. All right, so let me open up that. Hold on just a second. Oh, this is the other thing too, which I have to get out of the habit of doing. On my Mac, I have these two buttons that allow me to basically separate all my screens so that I can click on what screen I want optimized. If I do that, however, it fucks up OBS. So I can't do that. So I can't do that. So I can't use that button. What I have to do is go down to the bottom screen and actually select the window that I want optimized at the moment. Hooray! For anyone hanging out right now, you're like, if you like, seriously, if you have like suggestions or ideas on how to do this properly, please let us know, because I know that there's just countless other streaming Twitch games that know how to do this, and for some reason we just can't get it like locked down. I don't understand. Like, I do not understand. Like, if there was a what's the what's the fucking online tool where like people just like hire out their services, you know, like to
like
help you.
TaskRabbit.
TaskRabbit. If there's a TaskRabbit out there watching right now that can help us like figure out how to fucking do this, please.
Supposedly that guy from Heavy Metal knows how to do all this shit.
Heavy Metal?
Yeah, the Heavy Metal
Yeah,
guy.
I remember, but we haven't. I forget his name now.
Wait, who?
We were gonna bring him on.
He was on the show for a little bit. Remember?
Wait, Mark?
We did bring him in. Did we bring him into guest?
Didn't we talk to him? I know we talked to him.
Wait, are you talking about Mark Sable? No, who else?
No,
was it?
not Mark Sable.
No, the guy that worked at Heavy Metal Magazine that we spoke about bringing on as a guest, and then I don't think we did. We didn't do that.
No, we never did. We definitely didn't do. Because who was that person? And I don't even remember.
That's what I can't. I just told you I can't remember his name.
If you're watching right now, I'm so sorry. Like,
sorry, man.
Please reach out.
Was it someone with an M?
You spoke to him. I've met him a couple times in person, but
I'm sure that like if this app happened, I guarantee you it happened, and I spoke to him, and then I completely forgot. Like, listen, guys. Like, I don't know what it is about. Like, I don't know if it's my age. I don't know what it is, but like I've gotten to a point where like I don't know if it's the amount of work I'm doing, but I remember okay, so like Rob, remember when like before Adventure Hook even existed, and the two of us like spent hours and hours on the phone just kind of like talking about our respective games that we were running.
Sure.
You were running Black Spire and I was running like my 5th edition game that was all Cthulian. At the time, like, we would talk for hours and I would remember all of that. Like, I kept everything, like a locked box up here. And, like, we would talk maybe, like, once or twice, like, maybe, like, once a week or every other week. We'd have, like, a conversation. It would last for a while. We'd talk. And I kept everything up here for that game. I didn't have to write anything down. And I knew everything that was going on. And then it just got to a point within the past few years, and I don't, like I said, I don't know if it's my age or if it's the amount of work I'm doing, because it's hard to figure out based on.
The difference is I don't dev Dark Sun with you in the same way. Like, half of that game was me asking you questions. Like, what about this and what about that and what does that mean?
I mean,
that's
also
surprises.
That's a
for
good
me.
point.
Mostly.
It's a good point. That's a good point. Because I'm the only one. Like, I can only talk to myself.
Right.
About this. Outside of like,
we would bring the same things up occasionally too.
Yeah.
I'd ask you like, "Oh, did you finish that storyline? What have you done such and such to Cole yet? Whatever."
Yeah.
Right.
And that was the game that Joe was in. So like Rob, like half of the shit that happened in the game that I ran for you, Joe, for like 7 years, Rob was a key creative element behind those developments.
I have a few favorites for sure.
Yeah.
Jack Shingleshoes was one of mine. I love that.
Yeah, Jack Shingleshoes.
Jack Shingleshoes is awesome.
I still want to figure out something I can do with Jack Shingleshoes. Like, it would be like an awesome, like an anti-Christmas story about Jack Shingleshoes.
It would be fun to do. I mean, Illapor was a cool setting. That was that was the first time that you took my, where in the earlier versions of Adventure Hook, it was more a dev show where you and I, we'd like talk about writing games and what would you do with this idea? What would you do with that? And so for a while, I kept bringing up the Holy Hexagram as a way to organize, characters or groups or systems or whatever, and you built the city of Illapor based on that idea, and it totally worked. It was awesome.
Yeah, because all the different, I was like, oh, I want to do Ravenloft, and then that just like fucked everything, and it was like the worst decision I made for that campaign was to take you guys to Ravenloft. Like, I was like, I want to see what 5th edition has done with Ravenloft and see if we can kind of like sojourn into that space and then come back. And what I didn't realize was like once I sojourned in that space, there was no returning. Like, literally, like there's no returning because it's Ravenloft, but there's also no returning because 5th edition fucked it so badly that there's no returning. And I didn't know how to get back out of it. And it fucked me for Illapor because Illapor was like kind of like my baby. And I never.
It was a cool city.
Yeah, it was a setting. Awesome city. Jack Shingleshoes was, I think, one of my favorite characters. Like, especially in terms of like something that's kind of like out of my. It's in my wheelhouse, but it's also completely out of my wheelhouse because it's like a children's story. Jack Shingleshoes. I don't know. Like, Jack Shingleshoes is a character that like I want to do something with legitimately.
You could do a children's illustrated book like about him and how he traditionally functions, rather than the way we broke it and then Billward became him.
Yeah. Oh no. Like, and exactly. Like, I wouldn't have it where it's like Jack Shingleshoes like is replaced by this other character. It's who he actually was. And this idea that like he exists to bring some succor to the just the most downtrodden children of a particular world or a city or a place inside this children's universe. I really liked Jack Shingleshoes. It was silly, but it was also like incredibly, I don't know, like heartfelt. I don't know. It came from a place that was.
I mean, the name helps, but it was a fable, right? That sort of a living fable sort of character, and he definitely, tied into lots of your sort of Yuletide heroes, right? Your Santa Claus or whatever, like that kind of, benevolent gifter, especially of the good but downtrodden children, and in a city like Billipore, which is just like corrupt to like the nth degree, to the point where it's almost supernatural. Like that was the
supernatural. That's
like,
a good way to explain it. Supernatural corruption. It's Edinburgh in the 1700s, but if you had taken like
illithids,
death cults, and
if you had taken like if you had taken Edinburgh and you had stacked it on top of many other Edinburghs, and each Edinburgh was darker than the previous, but I don't know, like that we've gotten completely off the subject, but I don't know, where were we going? I guess
Beyond is where we're trying to get to.
I don't know. We're just talking.
Beyond to level up.
Oh, right. Yeah, this all came from D&D Beyond and leveling
level
up.
4 to level 5. Because I won't be going 5 to 6, unlike Ma'ak. Sadly, I'll be just.
You're not?
I'm going 4 to 5. I'm one level.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm excited because I forgot that we're going to 6. When I looked at the Kornberg last time, I was like, oh, when Ma'ak hits 5, he'll be able to do this. But no, Ma'ak hits 6, and he'll be able to do a lot more.
Oh,
I get some cool powers, or I have to figure out what they're going to be.
See, okay, like this is the thing. Like I would like some input from you guys on how you can feasibly use the system that I have set up to level independently. So just think about that.
I assume that I can level independently, but I don't know if I know everything. Like with long rest, there's a long rest button, but for leveling up, I'm just going to go to builder, I assume, and then just change the number from level 4 to level 5.
Well, hold on. Let me, okay, I'm going to open up your character.
Yeah. That's what I thought too, but I'm not sure.
So what you do...
I don't know if there's like an actual level my character button.
Okay, so if we're looking at your character sheet right now...
can you pull it up, Aaron?
Oh,
I'm looking at mine.
I'm going to stop sharing. I might have to...
I can share.
Well, I'm probably going to have to like fuck with things on OBS to make this make sense to people. So give me just a second, anybody who's currently watching, because I'm going to share my Safari screen, and then I'm going to go back over to OBS and make sure that, yeah, we're all... Wait, why is it still showing the map? Hold on a second. Oh! I understand why. Okay. Okay, we're just gonna talk at this. So if you're watching right now, just if you know anything about D&D Beyond, hopefully you understand what we're doing. Meanwhile, on the other side, on our side, we're actually sharing a screen, so you guys can see Joe's character sheet, right? Mm-hmm. Right now? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So let me find that again.
And my assumption is click on Anvil.
Well, part of it you can do. Okay, Anvil is the builder, but then there's also over here next to your name.
Okay.
Where it says Geza Akos has your character. There's the little button that says Manage.
Yeah.
And then that's going to open up a little sidebar. And then in that sidebar, I think...
Manage character and
Error
levels.
levels, maybe.
Yeah, manage character and levels. So if you click on that, it does the same thing. It opens
Same
up.
thing,
It opens up the character manager.
The anvil menu.
At which point you just go to your little level button. You click on it and you up that to 5.
Okay.
Yeah,
And then-
but then you have to manually change your hit points, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Just see what happens. Because, well, what I would say is take note of what your current hit points are, which are 39.
Well, it said when I leveled up, and then I went to level down, and it said, "Are you sure you want to level down in the third
Of
class?
course it does.
Your hit points will be reduced by the fixed amount, and class feature choices you've made for the higher levels will be lost." So does
Well-
that mean it went up by a fixed amount?
Well, it rolled randomly, but what I will say is, like, right now, as I'm looking at your character sheet because it's not refreshed, I can see that your hit points are 39. And your hit dice are 4d8, which means that when you level up, you will get to add another d8 plus whatever your constitution modifier is.
Yeah, it now
So-
says that my hit points are 48.
Oh, that's actually fucking good. Like, you couldn't do much better than that, so I would just take it.
All right.
Because I was going to say, if, like, you leveled up and it was, like, 41, I'd be like, yeah, roll that d8 yourself and apply it manually. But if you leveled up to 48, yeah, stick with it.
Okay.
Well, that's 4d8. He's saying
No. 48. 48.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
All right, then let me see if mine does it. Not me messing with it.
Yeah, because I didn't manage HP at all. I just did it.
Okay. So you just hit next. You
I
changed
did
your 4 to 5 and hit next.
I just went 4 to 5, and then that changed on its own.
And nothing really happens at 6th level as far as ability scores, right? So that's next.
Yeah, 5th isn't...
Well, I'm going to 6, but yeah,
Sixth
think-
level is not a major milestone in leveling up in 5th edition. So
48 is the total average or 46 is total average HP. Total fixed HP is 48, and then total possible HP is 60.
it didn't give me new hit points.
Hmm.
Here. I'm gonna roll a dice 6. Ready?
yeah,
Here we
if
go.
it didn't increase your hit points, like, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it didn't. So here we go. Roll. A 4, and my con is 2, so 6. I'm gonna adjust it manually. By 6. Apply.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay.
One thing that I would say, and I really don't even understand how to conceive of this at this point, is with all of the sort of onerous changes that are being leaked from Hasbro and Wizard of the Coast, there's a part of me that would like to entertain the idea of creating a Dark Sun-esque setting that is not Dark Sun. Not
Okay.
WotC IPA. And part of that means, like, utterly changing keeping notions of the original setting, but changing it just enough that it is our own. And slowly, like, the idea would be, like, slowly gravitating away from what is Dark Sun canon in towards what it is we were creating. Because already I've done a couple things. I've created the Exarchs, which is utterly unique to my idea of what Dark Sun is, because exarchs do not exist in Dark Sun. And then there's the Verdant Revival. And these two entities could theoretically be the fulcrum around which we create a new setting that could be run through any other system. Theoretically, through the Numenera, through the Cypher system. And I really like Cypher. You know, Joe, you have experience, and Malik's been running Cypher for us for a long time now. Cypher is a great system for pure role-playing, where mechanics take a back seat to the role-playing aspect of it. And that's, you know, the more mature I get with my role-playing, the more I realize, like, 5e is it's so mechanics heavy that it's not really what I want to be doing. It also, like, it hinders, like, in terms of, like, online gaming for viewership. The minute you get into crunchy rules, which is so much of what 5e, what Dungeons and Dragons is, it just turns into a slog. What's awesome about Cypher system is it's so simple, and it has the ability for, like, players to like kind of like take over the story using some of the mechanical systems in play, that it allows you to kind of just like move things along really quickly. I don't know. That's just a thought.
It could be fun. I don't know. I mean, I'm always. I mean, I'm not necessarily sold on D&D. It's actually not my favorite system. I'm always curious to try new stuff. But the other option is, like, I mean, I don't really talk about it much, but, like, we could always play one, Welcome isn't ready, but it will be, right? It's the next thing I'm going to work on after I finish the murder mystery, which, by the way, I've finished. That's done. I'm mocking it up now.
Yeah.
So that's there's that, and then there's the monomyth game, which is kind of what you're talking about. It's a much more drilled down, role-playing heavy way of doing storytelling, which could be fun too if we ever want to just, like, get away from D&D, especially if I think, like, I mean, it's always going to be our first love, right? But
yeah,
if things get really hairy in the next year or two, like, my loyalty is already, you know, dubious with a lot of this stuff. 5th edition, like, 4th had lost me, for instance. You know, I was a Pathfinder guy or whatever.
Yeah.
5th brought me back. But the truth of the matter is, like, the stuff I like about 5th edition, we don't really use. We talk about trait spawns and flaws. We don't. It doesn't matter. It's never mattered in any game we run. Like, not really.
It's hard to. Those are aspects that are somewhat difficult to keep in mind. Unless you are.
That's the idea.
Well, yeah, I mean,
well, that's the point. It becomes a crunchy, you know, tabletop-y game again.
Yeah.
Right? Or whatever. We try, like, thanks to Kornberg is what made this game so unique.
Yeah.
Is, like, because the psionics system was so good. You know.
Yeah, it works. It works well. It's simple. And then for us, like, I know Kornberg did not concern itself with wild talents, which is unfortunate. But then basically what we said was, like, as long as it's like a 1st to 3rd level ability.
Well, we use the 2nd edition idea.
Yeah.
In theory, any ability in the book could be somebody's wild talent. Somebody could be fucking Akira and have a 9th level, you know, remake reality thing. The difference is, based on the rules, you're only supposed to be able to use the ability based on the PSP points or the psi points. You can only do it once a day,
Yeah.
and then you get another 3 points per level. So like if you have a really super high level thing, you're still only doing it once a day. Like you're not going to get enough psi points to get a second use. In theory, Poppy might be able to use their new ability twice, because they're going to be 5th level, right?
I have to think about that, so I guess if Joe, if you're going to be leveling up to 5th, then I think that's probably where Poppy needs to level up to as well.
I would assume so.
Yeah.
Unless you want to put Poppy at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
I mean, Mock and Desi are already ahead, so it's fine.
But that's one of the reasons why I think we need to figure out a way where, God, I still need to figure out a way that this system can engage individually, because otherwise it's just always going to be that you're a level lower than everybody else.
Yep.
And I don't like that idea. So
in theory, you can, rather than, I mean, I think you were sort of basing the math on this anyway, that it was as many beads as there are levels times characters.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. In theory, it should be more than that. It should be one more than every character per level. Right? So if we're trying to now get to 7th level, we should need 8 beads. Right? But in theory, still karma beads get recycled, but the other ones don't. Right? So you just need to make sure that it scales with characters. Can you have enough slots, so to speak, or at least make sure that those get spent, arc, signpost, campaign, or whatever, right? But in theory, the beads are coming, like you did tonight, based on role playing, right? So in theory, Geza super clever. The next 3 sessions, he gets 3 more beads than Ma'ak does. He starts to catch up, right? So to speak. Not that you're giving more than one a session. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Right. It's more like it's still.
But that would still have us all
sort of,
leveling.
you need as many beads as the level you're trying to get
to. There's got to be an individual component. We just got to figure out what that looks like.
Yeah, because what Aaron's been doing is triggering leveling for everyone based on how many beads are left, rather than triggering leveling based on how many beads an individual has.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're doing it when the pot gets exhausted, and that's what I'm saying. When Geza hits 8 or 6 or whatever, you're done
at the same time. It just
because Poppy's way behind, right?
Well, and that's the thing. I was gonna start Poppy at the same level as I forgot that.
Yeah, but not the same number of beads.
Yeah,
no way.
I thought that I'd forgotten that that Joe was a level behind, because Joe and Krakaus were a level behind.
Mm-hmm.
And Char.
That's right. Shit,
Right.
man, fucking shit. Okay, so we got to figure this out. Like before next session, Rob, we need to think about this. Like we need to figure out.
Well, why did you initially make us a level behind them?
It's an old affectation that I've used. I don't know why I do this. It's an old affectation that I grew up with.
Where a new character
that comes up is always half a level behind the other characters. It's just a thing that always existed as I grew up playing. Always.
We did something similar. It was basically like you come in at the minimum XP you need to hit the level we're at. So if we're about to go to 16, you come in as base 15 or whatever, that kind of idea. That being said,
it's kind of I kind of feel like it was like a built-in. Okay, so imagine if you're playing a video game and you a big MMORPG and you die. When you die, you get reset back to the level that you the base experience of the level that you were at to begin with. So if you were halfway if you were if you were like almost at 16th level, you get meeting your 15th level, you get reset at base 15. And the idea being like that's your punishment for dying.
Sure. Let me stop you there. Why are new players introduced to your game being punished as the first step into the game?
I don't know. Like it's this like ingrained tradition. And with Taylor, I wasn't going to do that, and I forgot that I had done that for the rest of you. And now I don't know how to get out of it.
Did you already make Taylor's character sheet?
Taylor is 5th level. So she will theoretically up, or they will theoretically up. Taylor is she they, so we can do she they. But so, Taylor will theoretically
from 5 to 6.
Yeah, she will go to 6th level. Fucking shit. How do we do this, Rob? How do we fucking fix this? Because this is I don't like this. I don't like this.
I mean, I'll figure it out. I mean, I had come up with something similar to when we were first talking about karma beads.
Yeah,
I had a similar suggestion, and you ended up changing. Actually, you got closer tonight than you had been, because doing all odd numbers was I was like, they always needed to be odd so you could figure out how to balance it. So that's good.
Yeah.
But there's still an individual leveling. You're leveling
again. It's doable. It's just rather than it, like, while campaign can still be a group thing, it just needs to be you level when you have hit the number of. That's the other thing too. We'll talk offline. I'll figure this out. But basically, that's the other thing too.
Think about it, because like what I'll tell Taylor is that that they're going to remain 5th level.
I think that makes the most sense for
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
And they didn't do anything to level up in that session.
No.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
Yeah. So, so just
the
what
other
we got to
thing
figure
too
out is like how we can take this system and figure out like just a slightly more incremental mechanic.
Maybe when you put beads into individual story arc, you don't take those out after 3. Every 3 is a milestone, but you keep counting up so that you're actually tracking individual points per character.
What do you mean? Like, explain that more.
I hear what you're saying. It's basically like to fill those beads up. I'm sure I can chart this out. It shouldn't be too hard. I mean, ultimately, it also comes down to like
group leveling would come still at the same time whenever the beads ran out, but individual leveling would happen based on how much you're investing in your character story arc.
No, because you wouldn't be leveling at the same time, right? That's sort of the point that Aaron wants to get to. So I think we should be leveling around the same time.
Yeah.
Right. Because in theory, we're at least getting the minimum 1 bead per session, and then a couple bonus beads here and there, right, or whatever. And this actually, I like the idea that like when you spend a karma bead for inspiration or the opposite, right, it was originally setting the group back. Like, I'm not just being punished, everyone's being punished, and we're not leveling up. If we do it individually with individual pools, then everyone else isn't punished when I spend bad karma. Only I'm held back, and that makes more sense. That's more sound.
But that would only be possible if everyone had an individual pool.
Yeah, everyone's gonna have to have one. I think I can figure this out.
I think everybody doesn't is thinking about what you're saying, but trying to apply it to a group pool still.
I like the idea of an individual pool.
But
that's what
before we think about how that's possible, let me just get out this version. Group pool, individual storyline tracking, but maybe you can only put beads into storyline if you don't spend karma beads. Like if you don't have 2 karma beads, you have to put it into karma beads.
Oh, that's cool. You gotta not spend inspiration to get arc, and then you gotta not spend arc to get signpost, and then you gotta not spend signpost to get campaign or something like that, right? Or maybe that's not the right order.
Okay,
to do
wait.
In any case, there would be like restrictive banking where you can only advance your ability to level if you're also not spending those beads. Like if you spend a bead, it is going to set your progress back.
Right, you gotta replace that bead before you can add
so
a
the
new
idea
higher up.
is that
no,
there
that
are
works. That's
certain
good. That's
there are
good.
certain pools that apply to your leveling, and there are certain pools that don't.
Right, and you can only apply to the leveling pool if you have filled the other pools. Leveling pool is the last cup that can be filled.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, on the topic of leveling, it doesn't indicate to me that I should pick third level spells, but I see that I now can pick third level spells because I'm using an old book here.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with D&D Beyond?
Okay, so what you need to do now is go into your character sheet.
Oh, I know how to go and pick the third level spells, but I guess my point is I'm only finding this because I have this book. I don't, like Mark Andraco, not going to be able to level his own character without being told what is available because D&D Beyond doesn't guide you at all.
Wait, what do you mean?
I can go pick third level spells now. It didn't tell me that. I told myself that by reading it in a book.
Yeah.
Mark isn't going to know to do that.
What happens when you click on the spells right now? Aaron?
It doesn't indicate anything as far as.
Okay, well, I'm looking at your character sheet, Joe. So if I go to spells,
now it says I have 9 of 10 prepared spells.
Yeah, and if I go to the button that says manage your spells, and I go up to spell slots, I see that you have 4 first level spell slots, 3 second level, and 2 third level. And as far as I can see, you've only selected your second level spells. You have not selected any first level spells or any third level spells.
Aaron,
no, that's him casting. Those are slots.
Those are casted slots.
Oh, so so you casted those. So
yeah, that's like silence.
Also keep in mind that I don't know if this is what you're asking, but I'm
not asking anything. I'm telling you, D&D Beyond doesn't guide leveling up. This has to be guided.
You have to know to look here.
Oh,
is what he said.
Yeah.
So I have the ability to do that, but
clerics
Emily doesn't, and Mark doesn't.
And clerics are fucked to begin with because in D&D 5th edition at least, clerics have access to every spell that exists.
Right. So we actually have to choose to prepare spells.
Yeah, so every time you do a long rest, you have to decide what spells you want prepared.
Right. But until this level, we didn't have access to third level. It's going to require telling for this thing. But then also for Emily, I bet she gains access to something that she might have to.
So for Emily, Emily is going to require a lot of work on my part, and fuck me for doing this because it's because it's going to open up she's going to be opened up to new poison abilities, and I've got to sit down at some point. Rob, I would really love it if you helped me with this. Just start writing poisons. And Emily is focused on ingested poisons currently.
Right.
Now that she upgrades to 6th level, I need to look at what I wrote to see if she gets access to a new class of poison. She might. But the way that I've always perceived poisons in Athos, they're kind of like spells.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, Emily has access to minor ingested poisons.
She's basically the bard, but rather than having magic, she has poison versions of the bard spells, right?
So just keep in mind with poisons, there are with a minor a minor poison, they only have one effect. So they can do damage, like a small amount of damage, like 1d6. They can have a single effect. They can charm you for a small amount of time. Basically, they have like the same effect that like cantrips up through like first or second level spells can do. They have one effect. With major poisons, they can have multiple effects. So they can start to not only apply damage, but they can also give you another type of effect, like make you fall asleep, or charm you, or suggest something, or whatever. And they can also, now they can't have all three, they can also have a delay. So like they can take effect at a certain time. It's like this is the complexity of what I'm trying to translate from the very simplistic system that second edition had, which was no system whatsoever. It was like you rolled a 1d20 and it was just
random crap.
Random stupid shit. And so this is the kind of thing like man, I was so intrigued by this. Like it's something that like if Dark Sun ever were to actually be published, this is necessary. Like poisons as an entirely separate system of non-magical effects that mimic magical effects theoretically.
Mm-hmm.
So
and good luck with all of that.
Yeah.
I think I've gotten to where I can get without reading every spell right now. So I have to go eat my birthday dinner now. But you guys have a wonderful night.
Happy birthday, man.
Hey, happy birthday, man.
Thank
See you
you.
in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
See you in 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks. Well, I'll see you next Thursday, Joe.
That's correct. You will. I'll be dying.
Oh wait! Before you go, Joe, just so you know, like I have purchased an entire set of little cars that we can use for chase scenes.
Excellent. I won't be driving. All right. Good night.
Good night. So, yeah, Rob. Like that's. I don't know. Like this has been such a fucking undertaking, man. Like I wanted this to work so smoothly, and at this point, like I love Dark Sun so much, but like I need help, like figuring all of this shit out.
All right,
to keep going forward.
I mean, the system stuff is, I mean, I don't want to say it's my bread and butter, but I'm like figuring that stuff out. I don't want to say it's not hard for me, but it's fun. You know? I mean, I can write your poison system for you. I can write your karma beads. Sort of had ideas for them anyway, so like no big deal, man. I'll help.
Yeah, I mean, like the way that the mechanics operate, I mean, that's basically there. It's just a matter of doing the legwork of figuring out like, oh, well, these are the poisons that you have access to. Like if you like once you choose minor inhaled poisons, here's poisons you can create. Doing that.
Send me what you have on the poison stuff, and I'll take a look.
Yeah. I mean, most of that is inside my brain, but I'll send you.
All right. Well, we'll set up some time to talk offline. No big deal.
Yeah. And it's just.
Do you need stuff figured out before next session?
No. Okay. I don't need anything figured out. Like, I mean, granted, like what I would like to. I mean, there are like these are the things that like I want to develop further. I do want to make sure that Emily's character has room to grow with a lot of options. And in the way that, your standard wizard or warlock or whoever would have the ability
No, we'll
to
just
grow.
make some poison trees, right?
Yeah.
Which one do you want to go down?
Yeah.
Or however. You'll have to unlock certain things. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about it.
And, I've got like base ideas. I mean, because I've done already a lot of research into this. So you have like aquavitae, like all of these like standard like kind of classical poisons that have existed. And so like my idea was to kind of like play around with sort of the classical notion of poison. Stuff that, like the Borgias and stuff supposedly trafficked in. Things like, ancient notions of arsenic and shit like that. And they have all those. And then there's different aspects of those poisons that express themselves in different ways. The idea being that theoretically, as a poisoner, you could basically do everything that a wizard could do, but you just have to figure out how to transfer that effect to a victim. Like, for instance, if you wanted to consume an individual by fire, say, for instance, like erupt them in a ball of flame, you would have to know the proper poison, and you would also have to know the proper transmission for that poison. If it was inhaled, if it was injected, it's not like a wizard who can just cast it and send it off with a little boat, a little sizzling bolt that will like erupt in a ball of flame. What you have to do is you have to figure out how to actually transmit that poison to the individual.
But in theory, someone else figured that out, right? There's formulas and stuff like that.
Well, exactly.
That they're getting from each other. It's not like the wizard invented as an archer scorcher, as an archer or whoever did.
Yeah.
Right? And now we're all copying his spell. So that makes sense for the poisoners' art and the poisoners' guilds and who has these formulas and who knows how to make them and whatever. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, so like an inhaled poison, like for instance, cloud kill, would work well for a poisoner who is functioning in inhaled poisons.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas what would be
a paralytic would be an injected one or something.
Yeah.
Or something to turn you into stone or the like. Yeah. Right.
Exactly.
Sure, I get it. Yeah. No, it makes sense. I mean, mostly it's just flavor.
Yeah, it's just flavor.
It's fluff. Ultimately, it's what are the mechanics? What are the things? And really, that just comes down to how difficult is it to get a formula? How difficult is it to make it and get the materials, etc.? How difficult is it to deliver it? What is its saving throw? What's its onset time? What are its antidotes? And then what are its upgraded abilities, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's this plus paralyze. Oh, it's this plus sleep.
Yeah.
Oh, well, sleep's +1, but paralyze is +2.
Yeah.
Right? Add all those points together, and then you get the cost of the poison. Can you even afford to make it?
Yeah.
And then boom, you got it. I did this for Blackspire. I have a poison system. So,
and since nobody else is here, and you're basically first mate on this, we can sort of talk about the poison that Narissa gave to Desi for you to poison.
Okay.
Demezzo. The idea behind that poison is that's a very particular poison that was given. The reasons why it was given to you guys is I still want to kind of hold close to the chest.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
But the point being, it's a poison that Desi, as a poisoner, as a bard, is long from ever learning how to create. So she was given it by this individual.
So it was a super poison, because it didn't turn out to be a super poison.
Well, it's a super poison in the sense that power word kill is a super spell.
Mm-hmm.
Power word kill only works against one person, right?
Yeah, okay, sure.
But it is still an ultra powerful spell. It's one of the most powerful spells that exists. Correct?
Yeah, oh, okay. So basically it was just the spell got scrolled, right? Or whatever. The materials weren't there, so it couldn't go off.
it's remember what I said? The dose.
Yeah, it got divided up, right?
The dose makes the poison.
Yeah, I get it.
So, point being,
it was just all I'm saying is the way it was set up. It seemed like don't even get it on your finger. The smallest bit will kill you, and it's like okay, so super careful.
I don't.
It didn't turn out to be that. So.
But that's the thing. Like, I don't run my games like. Well, okay.
I mean, it's shaggy dog stuff.
Hold on.
All I'm
yeah,
saying.
yeah. In Dungeons and Dragons, like the way that we were raised to play Dungeons and Dragons, when somebody tells you the eye of the lich will kill anyone who gazes into it, and then you're like, oh, okay, the eye of the lich will kill anyone that gazes into it, and then you don't gaze into it, and then that becomes the whole MacGuffin for the entire game. And then we were like, that's the way we were fucking raised. Like, the eye of the lich. It's what we fucking believe. But what if the eye of the lich didn't actually operate that way? What if it only operated that way based on some very specific criteria? And legend kind of expounded its value and its deadliness. Same way that any poison.
As long as there's some provenance to that the players can discover,
yeah,
sure. But if you're just bait and switching them, which is kind of what you do, it's done in bad faith. And I know we've talked about this. It's more like if you didn't tell us, if there wasn't a clue, then it's you can say whatever the fuck you want, dude. And it's just that's not what it was. It was something else. It's like that's it, as opposed to, I like that the legend got misread, because if it makes a bunch of stuff suddenly matter in a different way, that's cool. That's good storytelling. That's all fine. It doesn't have to be what it was laid out to be, but it should be. We should see how we could have learned, or we could have seen that if we'd known something else, or whatever. That's all I'm saying. So
the way that but here's the way that you could see that going forward is that it's hard to trust the veracity of anyone's claims about anything.
Yeah,
that
but
selling.
we weren't. We were trusting the veracity of our die rolls.
When you were trusting the veracity of Narissa Dreve, who told you this is one of the deadliest poisons that exists. Put this in this fruit, and when he eats it, well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. You still don't know what would have happened if, in fact, one single individual ate the entire fruit, which is what was supposed to happen.
Sure. Oh yeah, chances are it would have been super deadly and it would have killed him, just got the wrong guy.
Well, or
but I guess
theoretically, like if it had all gone down your way and DeMezzo had eaten the fruit in front of everybody, he would have died, no matter what. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and that, well, so what?
Well, and the question is,
it was kind of what we wanted, but it doesn't matter because
at this point, you will not actually know the truth of that until you go back and talk to Narissa.
Truth of what? About the poison?
Yeah, like you won't actually like.
I don't know if we care. I mean,
well, that's fine. Like if you don't care, you don't care. But
it's more like I don't think. Well, okay, I don't think we trust. I don't think we can trust Narissa again. I don't see us talking to her again.
Theoretically.
I mean, yeah,
but why can't you? Why do you think you can't trust Narissa?
Cause she set us up.
Why do you think she set you up?
Didn't she?
Why
didn't she set us up? Didn't she? Wasn't it her plan? Didn't it seem like all along she expected us to poison DeMezzo's thing? Right. That's why her spy was here to like keep tabs on it, and
was that her spy?
ID'd him.
Like, what proof do you have that was her spy?
Oh, well, I guess we don't. Other than we saw him at her party.
Yeah.
Right.
But why do you assume that was her spy?
So Mezzo got a guy into her orgy, and she didn't know about it.
All I'm saying is,
if that's the case, then
all I'm saying is that like it's her or him, and why do you assume it's her over him? There's two sources theoretically right now. Obviously there could be a third source, but if there's only two sources, it's either Narissa or DeMezzo. So what information do you currently have that suggests it's one or the other? Because he killed himself before he could be questioned.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I mean, we have no idea.
No idea. So that's the thing.
I mean, he killed himself so quick, even after he wasn't being threatened.
Well, so I mean, like, he was being threatened, dude. Like, I mean, like Desi was like chasing him. Like that was if there was in Athos, if that's not threatening, nothing is.
Okay.
Because she's chasing him down up to that parapet, and he knows who she is. Like he knows something, and she knows something, and he knows something, and they both know something. So the point being, at this point, you can assume one or the other. Until you choose to get the truth from one or the other. How you do that is undetermined. You can't actually know.
Well, yeah, I mean... Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
sure. Obviously, we can't.
This is the Game of Thrones of it all. This is the Game of Thrones of it all. So, yeah, or the Dune of it all, whatever. The house, whatever of it all. But the point being, there's shit happening, and you're just scratching the surface, and you can make assumptions, and you can stick with those assumptions and move forward, or you can choose to take those assumptions and dig a little bit deeper.
Well, our options for digging, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. I mean, at this point, the only reason to not just burn this place to the ground is because we might need to get next to Kalak.
Next to
And it'd
Kalak.
be better to do that with someone he's already invited.
Well, okay, so think about it this way. Here's all of the factions, because this is what I kind of said in the intro. There's all of these factions that now seem like very intrigued with like using you for their own purposes. Right?
Sure.
And this goes right back to like Emily, like I keep saying, Emily made like a very astute comment. Like, everybody wants to be our friend. I was like, yeah, of course everybody wants to be your fucking friend. Like, you came out of the fucking desert, like out of the middle of fucking the clear blue sky. You managed to get your hands on the first pharaoh fruit of the season. And then suddenly, like, you're in the middle of like all of this intrigue. So who wouldn't want to be connected to you somehow, whether to bring you down or to use you to bring them up? So how do you know who wants to use you for what purpose? The point being, like, there's a bunch of different fucking factions that want to get whatever they can from you.
Sure.
So there's the Veiled Alliance, there's the Defilers of Kalak, there's House Ianto, and then there's like just like all of these like just random fucking people.
Revival.
Verdant Revival. There's Narissa Dreve, who's like just a power broker, just a regular old fucking like standard class power broker in the city, who might be able to use you as agents for her own machinations in the city. Who knows? Everybody has their own notions. The question is, like, how do you figure out like which power makes most sense for you to ally yourself with, that can also forward your own goals without setting back, pushing forward your own goals without, like, advancing the goals of individuals you don't want advanced, I guess, is the best way to say it.
Yeah, this is tricky at best.
Tricky at best.
Yeah, I mean...
But then the point being, I don't know. I guess the at this point it's really just a question of who makes most sense.
Well, none of them make sense except possibly August. And maybe the Veiled Alliance, or not the Veiled Alliance, fuck those guys. Maybe the Verdant Revival. They seem pretty cool.
Verdant Revival?
At least their hearts are in the right place or whatever. And that'll be a good opportunity since you have the Poppy character now. Now we'll get like an insider's look into that group. And we'll see how we really feel about them. But they seem like, for Athos, like the sort of the extreme reaction that would naturally occur to the sorcerer-king. The difference is, for whatever reason, the sorcerer-kings are suffering these groups to say all this shit as opposed to just sending his Templars to annihilate them. That being said, maybe it's more difficult than it's. It doesn't matter why. It's an interesting idea, even if it's a short-lived one.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that'll be fun to explore for us. I mean, for me, I like with Ma'ak, it's definitely interesting to explore these ideas of karma, reincarnation, other lives, and then why we meet and for what reasons. Why do we come together and what does fate have in store for us? And in theory, there's like things to do, right? Ma'ak feels that for whatever reason, he's been led to the intrigue around the orbs seems to be the central theme. All these other fuckers, except I mean, the Verdant Revival, they were more victims of it, but it's just still, the orb thing cost them dearly, right? All this orb shit has cost all these people dearly,
Yeah.
including us, though, not as much as others.
Well, and theoretically continue to cost even more dearly, depending on what Kalak wants to do with these orbs.
Yeah, we have no. I mean, yeah, we have no fucking idea.
Well,
right?
and the thing that you should keep in mind too, since you've read the books, is that there's no guarantee that what happened in the books is going to play out in our story.
Whatever.
Yeah. Now, having said that,
I mean, we're in a different timeline. Kalak might not even die.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess it depends on what. It depends on what I guess you end up doing, or how things end up proceeding.
Mm-hmm.
So, part of, man, like, this is the thing, like, I've got to figure out. Like, I want this initial aspect of the campaign is going to crescendo with the Festival of the High Sun.
Sure.
From that point, I kind of feel like we need to, like, I don't know. I gotta think about how, like, I want to proceed from that point, because I really want to get to that aspect. And then, like, I kind of want to dispense with the Rikus of it all, like that whole aspect of what the fuck is her name? Sakura?
Yeah.
Sakara?
No.
Sarka? Sakas. I'm like on the edge.
I can't remember this character's name.
Yeah, I know. I'm on the edge.
Something with an S.
Yeah.
Sahara, Sarah.
It's just like it's like two syllables. Anyway, like, I feel like we've already laid the groundwork with Zarn, being left in Kled, which is an incredibly important place in the novels.
Mm-hmm.
And there was another fire cleric from the novels that became really important in Kled. Klaukus? Sidira, that's right, Sidira. But that's not what I'm talking about. Sidira ends up marrying that dwarf. Who's left in Kled.
Neva.
Neva, that's right, Neva. Because Neva was one of the Neva is currently Rikus's matched pair.
Right.
And then she ends up marrying that dwarf in Kled in the novels.
Yeah, Kalem.
There you go. Kalem, yeah.
Yeah, he was a sun cleric.
But we've already replaced that cleric with Zarn, who's Crimson Exarch.
Right. No. Yeah. We took all the errors of Dark Sun and the inconsistencies, and we've turned them into our own canon.
Yeah.
Because you were using the names from the modules, while the novels had different. There was different.
It was already screwed because in the Baroness is the patriarch, the leader of Kled in the modules, and in the books it's someone completely
Leonis.
Right.
Or Leonius, something like that.
Yeah.
See,
completely
for those
different.
curious, go back and listen to the prequel episodes we ran for Cha'ar, because that was basically, we touched on that sort of
Yeah.
idea, is that they were brothers and an accident happened, and in one timeline it was the one brother who lived and the other one died, and then in ours it was Baroness who is the leader of Kled, and Leonis is the guy who built the windmill that now, you know, he's gone.
But
So-
in terms of the game development, in terms of the writing of Dark Sun itself as a game, Troy Denning wrote the novels independently, or slightly independently of those who were writing the game, because Troy Denning did not, like, he had names, like he had words that he used, but he did not understand what those words meant. Perfect example, in Dark Sun, the game, a Bosrog is a little, like, look at what I'm doing right now. My hands. A Bosrog, a Bosrog is about the size of a cat. It's a little beast, about the size of a cat, but is basically an Athasian porcupine. Okay? So it has, like, it's a little different. So imagine porcupine mixed with a armadillo. So it has a hard carapace.
Sure, there's art online if you want to search.
Yeah. Well, yeah, like if you're watching right now, just look up a Dark Sun Bosrog. Bosrog, Bazrag, I think. Anyway,
Something like that.
Something like that. Something like that. Anyway, this little creature looks a little bit like a porcupine. Has a hard carapace on the back, hard scaly back, and that carapace is covered in spines, but just like hard spikes, like a ankylosaur or a stegosaur. But it's little. It's like a little cat. It's a little cat-sized thing. Troy Denning, however, in his first novel for the Dark Sun series, his idea of the Bosrog was like a giant half-humanoid creature that was semi-intelligent. And the first time we experience it, a Bosrog is killed by King Kalak. Makes no sense. Does not translate one to the other at all. So it's one of the problems that you will invariably find in early Dungeons and Dragons novelizations, that those who were writing the novels did not actually take the time or care to understand and learn the game.
If the resources were even available at the time they were writing.
Yeah, exactly. Or perhaps they were just told, hey, we need you to write a book about this game that we are about to create. It's Mad Max, it's Conan, and then, like, oh, by the way, we have things called Bosrogs and Braxits. Go to. Have fun.
Yeah. Go have fun. Yeah. It's a gadge. Go get it.
Yeah. I mean, granted, like, I will say that, like, if you want to understand, like, if you are watching us and you are also a 5th edition player and you are looking to run Spelljammer, the 5th edition Spelljammer game, and you are looking through your source book and you come across the monster Gaj, G-A-J, I think? G-A-J, right? Gaj?
G-A-J, yeah, I think so.
It's an insectoid creature that has psionic abilities. I highly recommend reading the first book because the fight between Rikus and the Gaj will give you so much fuel for how to play a creature like that. It's great. It's one of the things that Troy Denning did so well, was describe how that gauge exists and thinks of itself and conceives of its prey. So I would highly recommend that, but I would also disregard anything that he said about Bosrogs. So, like it's funny. Like, it's one of those things where like some things like work so well, some things
he was basically describing there's another monster race in Dark Sun. The shit.
Well, there's a bunch of them because
the Gith, not the Gith.
No, there's all of these monster races that exist in the wild that are like mutants.
Yeah. Well, there's there's that stuff too.
And that doesn't exist in the game at all.
The pirate captain lady who sailed the Silk Skimmer in like book 4 or something. Like, she was one of them.
I can't remember. It's been a long time since I've read that deeper.
It's probably just a nomenclature thing because whatever you describe, there's definitely something in Athos like it. Right?
But I mean, like that was another thing. Like you brought up, like Troy Denning did so well, which I also think that we should delve into more. Which I also think that like if we looked at systems like, oh shit, what's the Gamma World? Gamma World would be a great system to look at for like mutant races.
Yeah, true. That's pretty dark sunny too. I mean, it's post-apocalyptic, obviously.
And Gamma World was Gamma World TSR also? I don't think so.
No.
Who did Gamma World? So. Anyway, like, I don't know. I haven't played Gamma World since I was in middle school, but like literally, like, but yeah, like the other thing that Troy Denning did really well with Dark Sun was the mutant, like, just kind of
that there's random weird
pop-up races,
everywhere.
yeah, like. Out in the desert, like Athos itself has this ability to just spontaneously create weird fucking creations. And there could be a fucked up elf that has like some half giant traits and some dwarf traits and maybe like some aircocker shit and maybe even like fucking, I don't know, fucking sand horror, whatever the fuck. Like, anything you can fucking imagine. Problem was, they never integrated that into the system.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that I want to do so badly. Is like, figure out how to integrate that shit into the system. That weird
I always
stuff.
figured that you could use the mongrel men rules.
That'd be a good idea.
Right? Because that's just mixing and matching beaks and claws and weird whatever, right?
Yeah.
So,
all right. Well, okay. It's getting late, Rob. Let's call this. Okay, guys. Thanks for if you stuck around tonight. Thanks for sticking around and listening to us ramble about bullshit. We'll see you in a couple weeks, and until then. Stay thirsty.
Good night, everybody. Thanks.
Good night
for sticking with us.
Yeah.
See you in 2 weeks.